end. This code. We are very fortunate. Soundarya Institute of Management is really fortunate to have a management which supports higher education and the cause of higher education. And as of today, Soundarya Group of Institutions has grown big because of our visionary chairman. 30 years before we started the school, and today we have 6,000 plus students, having almost 250 plus faculty members, and then uh, almost 200 plus non-teaching staff, and taking care of them from almost 30 years with 6 campuses. So this is possible because of our visionary chairman. I welcome Soundarya P. Manjappa, our chairman, in absentia, for his thought and vision to make this conference possible. Welcome, sir. Then I would like to welcome our managing director, who has stood with us throughout and supporting this conference, Dr. Ms. Sunita P. Manjappa, who helped us to navigate the entire process of hosting this conference. Then I'd also welcome our CEO, Sri Kirtan Kumar, who is a vibrant young leader who wants to make change at the higher education level and has been constantly thinking of making education overall to be different, and they are providing the best of the opportunities in terms of infrastructure, in terms of support to faculty members, coming out with various thought process and a thought leader with amidst us. We welcome Mr. Kirtan Kumar for this wonderful event, and because of his support, today we were able to organize this one-day conference. Along with him, there is a vibrant and also young leader, Sri Varun Kumar, who has been with us and supported us to organize this one-day conference. We welcome you, sir. We also welcome Sri Pratap Hegde, sir. Without his thought or inspiration, this one-day conference would have not been possible. As I told, this environment where we are hosting the conference is completely sustainable in terms of it is carbon-free, pesticide-free, IMO certified farmland. So we could have done it anywhere else, but this place is really a place where we have to take our thoughts to our students to the next level. Thank you, Pratap sir. We welcome you for this conference. There are a lot of people who supported this. Our advisory council consisting of Bhavani ma'am, Dr. Bhavani ma'am, Dr. Sandeep Nair, Sri Matthew, Sri Ram Kumar sir, then Pratap Hegde sir, consistently helped us in terms of making this conference possible today. Then amidst us we have the plenary speakers who have arrived, Sri Narsimhaji, then we have Sandeep Nair sir, Venugopal sir, our evening college principal Sanjeev Solanki ji, then we have Dr. Mahesh PP. We also have our technical chairs who have come all the way and they wanted to be part of the inaugural session. Dr. Neela ma'am, Dr. Usha ma'am, Dr. Madhavi. We also have amidst us all the faculty members, delegates and participants from various colleges, then our students and our faculty members and all the organizing teams for this one day conference. I welcome everybody for this one day learning experience and take home the pleasure of being here and teach your students or give you the insights to your students. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Mr. Kirtan Kumar, CEO, Soundarya Educational Trust, to give his valuable thought on the context setting of the conference.
Good morning, one and all. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It's a wonderful day for Soundarya. Our guest, Sri Suresh Ablikar sir, director, actor, environmentalist, and founder in EcoWatcher. Also, we have Pratap Hegde sir, Dr. Vasu sir, Mr. Varun, all the faculty members, and also Dr. Sandeep Nair sir, and also our guest for the day, Nakshatri sir, and all our coordinators and dear faculty members and students. So today's our conference, which is, I think we've almost broken our boundary wall and come out of our campus. I think this is the first time for Soundarya. So I want you all to give a round of applause to all the faculties of Soundarya and Dr. Vasu for taking sustainability a great cause. Today's concept is sustainable synergy, a multidisciplinary exploration of possibilities across the industries. So my understanding of sustainability or the climate change. So when I first went to Australia, the first day we landed there, so it was then a thing called bushfires. So when we landed, usually when you land somewhere, you get the soil smell. So there it was all burning smell. So we had an idea when we go abroad, it's going to be like wonderful. Of course, it's very scenic, but everywhere it's burning. So from then we started to understand what is climate change, and people were very, very sensitive on campus being green. There were not much vehicles on campus. Everywhere cycle to go to a tram stop. It was about 2 to 3 kilometers. So likewise, our when we got to work, and then we see climate change. I mean, at the same time, this year my observation is our ನಮ್ಮ ಹಲಸಿನ ಮರ ಬಿಡೋ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಇಡೀ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. And it must be some indication of climate change. So likewise, we see a great impact of I don't know if you are seeing in the today there's this influencer, Dr. Pal. So he says the gut bacteria that we have. So usually, I think when the human evolution started, or recently, till about 50, 60 years, it was about 2,000 different gut bacteria. So right now, 1,600. So there's this Hazda tribe, I believe, they have about 1,600, whereas a normal American has about 1,200. So we've lost all the gut bacteria, which extends our lives or stay out of diseases. So this way, the climate change has affected human in different way. So likewise, we see various different countries which are taking strong motives. We had COP28, which came out with stronger resolutions, and India is also having a lot of declarations on carbon footprints. So likewise, Soundarya also believes that sustainability is very, very important for the future, and we need to have a very strong resolution for the future. So on that note, we started discussing on what way. So constantly we've been planting trees. Till now we would have planted more than 5,000 trees. Here only, close by is Solur, where Soundarya Institute has its land. So there again, we've planted more than 2,000 trees. But that again does not suffice. So it's more of a mindset change that sustainability needs. So here we are today on a roadmap that we discover sustainability towards the future. So few things probably what sustainability requires is inter or multidisciplinary collaboration, and sustainability cannot sustain in isolation. So it is very important for us to have a lot of collaborative motive. So institutions can work with a lot of organizations on sustainable motives. Today there are a lot of research that you can provide, and we can work with agro-based industry, or we can work with lot of automotive industry today. We met at the BTS. So there's a company called Exeter, so who's ready to collaborate with institutions, and we can promote sustainable batteries which can reduce the carbon footprint. They are ready to give us some kind of research grants on how we can work on sustainability projects. So likewise, it is very important. So let's understand. So here we are to collaborate on sustainable motives. So again, intervention of technology, renewable energies. Today, all the corporates are, of course, I think we have Saint Gobain, which has come here today. So everybody is on a motive to reduce carbon footprint. So other day we had Dr. R.A. Mashalkar, sir, the scientific advisor of Prime Minister's office. So he was clearly giving us a footprint on how Reliance is making, and on renewable energy businesses. So today, renewable energy, take any company today is working on renewable energy. So likewise for the future, so we can, Soundarya also is wanting to choose few windmills that we can, choose so that we can reduce our, we can have some kind of subsidized power buyback, so that way we can reduce on the carbon footprint. So likewise, economic implication, business and industry. So it is very important to have economy which is which looks at this path. So today we have a lot of war-provoking economies. Sometimes today it is very bad thing that is happening around the world. We might see Ukraine, or we might see the Israel and Palestine, or there are war-provoking entities today for business motives. So these are something our generations we have to nurture our students at the classrooms to have empathy. Empathy is also equally important for sustainability. So you must understand. Our first day we came, I think almost during COVID time. We came. We met one of my friends, introduced Pratap Hegde sir, and we came inside. So the first of all, today I think it's a wonderful practice. We leave our footwear, and we leave. Everybody should, when you're coming here, leave your footwear, remove your socks, and come. Because the first word sir said, you have to, because our human mind has a lot of negative energy. So that's what Pratap Hegde sir said. So it is, it's naturally that Earth is recipient of all kinds of energy. So all your when you're connected to the ground, I mean a lot of good positive vibrations, and at the same time you can see the difference when you walk with your slippers, or when you walk barefoot. You have a great connect towards the ground. I'm sure you'll be grounded also. So it is very important to have that empathy towards uh, the uh, towards the Mother Earth, because Earth is not feeling well today. Okay, so it is very important for all of us to have that kind of empathy. See, today we are sitting under Arali Mara. Yes, so it is very sir, again sir got us in straight and showed us Arali Mara. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ರೆ ಈ ಅರಳಿ ಮರದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. It is been Ayurvedic science also at the same time, because the people tree gives 24 hours oxygen. And today, Halsin Mara, jackfruit gives about 3 tons of oxygen, I believe. So likewise, it is very important to have that kind of empathy towards the nature. So likewise, being innovative. So today we have a lot of eco-innovative companies, organizations, startups. The new Gen Z is all buzzing with new ideas to create sustainable business models. So other day we were in BTS again. we heard a company called Osmosis on scrapping. So they have an app where they collect waste. So you get to you write down how much of waste you have, what kind of waste you have. They come and pick at your houses or wherever you are. So these kind of sustainable business model businesses are available. So you can be a sustainable business uh, entrepreneurs. So think on these ways. So it is a wonderful opportunity that we have, and that's the greatest future. And we also at Soundarya would like to create an innovative ecosystem for sustainable businesses. So likewise, a road ahead, of course, every year in simple way, we try and give, plants every year to our students in uh, every student on the World Environment Day. So those are small initiatives, but we need to think of large projects which we can take up to ensure that uh, we have a sustainable environment that we can promote at campus and off campus, sustainable mindset. So we can think of greater projects. So I would like to request Vasu sir and team to think of great projects, because we have, of course, one is the environment at the same time as needs protection, but sustain to have the sustainable mindset for the people. It is very important today, because you have we want our next generations to be in a healthier manner. They need to sustain their life. So it is very important for all of us to have that mindset. So at Soundarya, we're always proactive, supportive. Please come up with your ideas, innovations for sustainability. We are here to support you. So on that note, I would like to congratulate our Dr. Vasu sir and team. A round of applause for all of you all, because it's very difficult. On the way only, I thought, sometimes, and Pratap sir said it's a courageous move that you've taken, but still, it is. So do you all think we made a good decision? Yes. So please see every bit of the place. Okay, there is a story everywhere. So the stone or there is a Bevin Mara behind. So I kept mentioning about our so the adaptability, how plants can adapt to life. So that's a greater life lesson to this thing. And there is a ಇದು ಹಾವಿಂದು ಕುಂಚ ಅದನ್ನು ಇದೆ. So I think students should ask a lot of take sir around, so you will have a lot of things to tell about the place. So also I would like to thank Suresh Ablikar sir for making it, because he's done phenomenal work for, I mean, I must say, Karnataka's pride. So we are really honored to have Dr. Suresh Ablikar sir, because his voice for the environment has have been heard from a very long time, and through his movies or through his constant work and lot of writings he's given. And at the same time, his son is also so sir has kept it sustainable to the next generation too. So being a real example. So thank you, Dr. Suresh Ablikar sir, for making it, because it's sir is the best role model for today's event, and we all can. I'm sure sir has extensive content. So we can start in our institution on Dr. Suresh Ablikar chair for sustainable practices. So we can that way we pay respect, and his vision and his thought process can be forwarded to the next generation. So also thank our Pratap Hegde sir. Sir is a serial entrepreneur, and he looks very simple, but sir's, I mean, the way he's completely, he was a very dynamic entrepreneur. Now sir has calmed down. But the things what he's done, a lot of things are to be yet to be told and spoken for. And he's a wonderful personality. The first contact and still sustaining the relationship and going ahead. We will ensure that every year we have some kind of event at Avni Farms. So thank you very much, Pratap Hegde sir, so for our continued relationship, and thank you for mentoring constantly. As, I'm sure through your valuable talk, our students will be motivated. So with that note, and thank you our guests for the day, Sandeep Nair sir and Narsimhan sir. Thank you very much for making, and all the faculties who are here and all the speakers. So let us leave all our thoughts behind of whatever keep your institutions at institution. Please stay in the farm only. Okay, both mentally and physically. So talk to each other and interact, and let some great discussions evolve. Thank you. All the best. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much for your valuable talk, sir. Now I request my esteemed colleague, Professor Hemraj, to give an introduction about our chief guest. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you all. As I was asked to give the brief introduction, so I want to just call a piece of nostalgic days we had listening to your one of the sensational songs. Can anybody guess? Nammur. Nammura Mandara Uve. Yeah, so the audience, Mr. Suresh Adlikar. He descends from Dabar, a place known for arts, culture, poets, and writers. He belongs to a family whose members have contributed a lot to the field of administration, education, and culture. As long as his education is concerned, he practiced schooling at Basil Mission High School, the higher studies in Karnataka University, Davar. He did his post-graduation in economics. He also studied marketing and advertising in Mumbai. He worked in an agricultural bank for a year in Bangalore after his post-graduation under the World Bank project. He then worked for a chemical industry for nearly 6 years in the area of marketing. The other two important areas where he worked for nearly 20 years are cinema and environment. He has acted in about 15 movies in leading roles and has directed about 6 movies. He has also won several awards at the state and the national levels. He has shown great concern and interest in promoting and preserving the environment. He has been working for many years spreading the message about the importance of the environment and ecology in department and in different parts of Karnataka. To popularize the subject of environment, he has produced nearly 20 documentaries in various subjects like water, solar energy, greening the barren lands, alternative sources of energy, importance of Western Ghats, and many others. He has delivered several lectures and presentations at colleges and universities on the same theme. One of his brain revolutionary initiations is an environmental organization called EcoWatch, which was founded in 1998. It is very active in the areas of afforestation, biodiversity conservation, water conservation, and environmental education. EcoWatch organizes workshops and seminars on various environmental concerns. As long as its positions are concerned, the chairman, EcoWatch Center for Environment and Sustainable Development, Bangalore, the vice chairman, Indian Society for Environmental Studies, board members, ISEC Bangalore, High Court member, Karnataka State Coastal Zone Management Authority, Karnataka, and Honorable Wildlife Warden, Forest Department of Karnataka. And few worthy awards, sir. Rajiv Gandhi Environment Award, Citizen Extraordinary Award, United Nations Osiris FAO Award, Paul Harris Fellowship, IDM PRSI Award, Kempegowda Award, and Rajotsava Award. So these are the few awards which I took. So after this introduction, we are convinced this place is very much rich in oxygenation. And now this session is more oxygenated with his presence. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to welcome Sri Suresh Hebelkar, sir, to address the gathering. We welcome you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಹಿಂದೆ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಆ, ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಜಾಗವನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಏನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಮಾತೊಳಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಸರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾನು ಒಂದ್ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದಲೇ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತಹ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಆ ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಟ್ಟೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಏನೇ ವಿನ್ಯಾಸ ಅಂತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಚರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ರೋಲ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಲ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್, ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜಸ್, ಟನೆಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಮೆಟ್ರೋ. The amount of steel and cement that is used in these structures, ನೀವು ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ 140 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನ, 140 crore people. ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ 140 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಒಂದು ದೇಶ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋ ಡ್ರೀಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ 140 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪರಿಸರ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಇಫ್ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, perhaps we will not be able to understand economics at all. Because my first belief is, because I studied economics, I studied anthropology, I studied political science also, and I have done marketing and diploma. And I have given, of course, but talks kotre and you don't become a great environmentalist. No, it is just a matter of practice. You can go on giving talks. But we have worked at the ground level also. ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋದು, ಹುಲ್ಲುಗಾವಲನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋದು, ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಪರಿಸರ ಬರೀ ಗಿಡ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟ್ರೀಸ್. Because environment is a multidisciplinary subject. It takes into consideration, into account economic growth, our culture, our traditions, our history, our ambitions to become rich, our ambitions to become modern. All these things have a great impact on environment. Now, in sustainability, we have to think of the sustainability of a child. The footprints ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Where does the economic environmental footprint start? From the children going to the school, they get up, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ಸೈಕಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಥವಾ ಬಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಿರೋ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು we have to account, we have to keep on finding out the carbon footprint. If the children walk, it is much better. If they go on cycle, much better. If they go in the car, it will leave a lot of footprint. If they go in the bus, fine. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡು. ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು. Mahatma Gandhi was one of the greatest environmentalists, although he did not know much about environment. Stanford University has brought out a wonderful report a few years ago, I mean 7-8 years ago. That report, if you read, you will understand. So simple that report is. ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾಕೆ the global environmental deterioration is taking place. They wanted to find out. Global environmental deterioration is taking place for simple 3 reasons, he said. One is the increase in the population and the impact of the population on the natural resources. Second is the increase in the volume of industrial and economic activities. We have grown so powerfully in economics. The impact, the fall of the pressure of economic sees on various things. You need cycle, you will have cars, you will have mobile phones, you'll have so many gadgets. Today, these gadgets were not available just 15, 20, 30 years ago. When we were going to school, we did not have even phone. Many of us did not have even electricity at home. We had to walk. We walked to the university. It was good because we had a lot of time and we discussed a lot of issues with our friends. whether it was literature, whether it was economics, society, revolution, French Revolution, many, many things. People who were different faculty members, they would come and discuss. So the time was spent that way, walking. But today, even a 14-year-old boy or a girl wants to have a scooter to, my niece called me from long back. And her mother said, no, no, she wants one scooter, so you buy one. I said, why? She's just only 14. Let her go. And she was in Dharwad, not in Bangalore also. ಇಲ್ರಿ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇದೆ, ಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೆಯೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಸೊ ನೌ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಸೊ hefty. Now to reduce that heftiness, to reduce her weight, she has to do so many things. And then, so there are a lot of issues in us. I was talking to Dr. Pratap Hegde. I think I should refer to Professor Manjappa, an amazing man. When I met him, when I was giving a talk, he had invited me to his institute, the college. And he said that he had seen my films and he was impressed and all that. A man so simple that he looks, but an amazing talent, an amazing vision that he had. He's so, let, he says, children become very fruitful to the society. Let children become educated so that education can give a lot of service to society. So these are very few people. There are today educational institutions, no doubt. I have known many of the chairmen of the educational institutions. But the way, for instance, I don't like to name it, but then I entered one college where they were teaching a lot of students about tourism. And the students were wearing suits and all that coat. And they had kept a lot of, this, the pottery, beautiful spoons, the way they had kept. I said, why do you all this need it? No, sir, we have to navigate and we have to crusade, how to use the fork, how to use spoon. ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಕೈಯಿಂದ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ. If foreigners are coming to India, if you know the history, why 6,000 years ago the Chinese and the Portuguese, they came to India? Why? Because even if you go abroad now and ask what is there, you like in India, they say we don't have Himalayas, we don't have Western Ghats, we don't have the kind of tradition, the culture, and amazing talents that you have. We don't have. That's why they keep coming. So we have to improve that in tourism. You can't give tourism the Western style of eating and all that. Even in the Western, people would like to eat by hand. So there are so many issues. For instance, tourism. Tourism can be a wonderful thing in this country. If you look at the history like Chalukyas and Chanakyas, Chalukyas and Hoysalas, the kind of technology, the kind of architecture they created, amazing stone sculptures that they have. These fascinated. They blister the entire Western mind. They couldn't think of that. About 1,000 years ago, when you go to British natural history, you'll realize how people were beheading 1,000 years ago. They were beheading and killing people. 1,000 years ago, India was flowering in its beautiful infancy of civilization, right? And we have, great talents that we have. These talents came because we were rooted to our soil, rooted to our tree, rooted to our grassland, rooted to the various landscape, the ecological landscape the country has. That's what I'm saying. This place is good enough for Ms. Shri Manjappas to hold this conference here. I'm sure Pratap Hegde must have really invited them. But it's wonderful because you will not get this kind of a place. I was talking yesterday in Taj Hotel. I told that Connie, she studied in Harvard and she came. She was talking to the audience also. I said, so many things were there in the hotel. So many things. I said, these are not necessary. If you are talking about sustainability, should we produce all these things? Tata is a simple man, no doubt about it, because Tata, I'm yet to see a person, an industrialist of his nature, because he is a man, who said that his grandmother taught him how to go and walk to the school, how to wear khadi, how to wear simple dress, how to be. They all came from, different part of the world, and they learned how to live. Like, they say, "Halu, Sakri, Kudidange, Hage, how." So they started living in Gujarat. But there are so many other industrialists who think so much about themselves by building industries, by producing so many products and marketing them. Do you require all that? So there is in environment a very thin line between wants and needs. Do you really want it or you need it? You need Coca-Cola? I'm not sure whether you really need. We need buttermilk? Yes. We need curds? Yes. But certainly not Coca-Cola. If you want to produce Coca-Cola, then you have to hit the ground and take a lot of groundwater, which is completely affected agriculture. In Kerala, they stopped, they went to the court because 150 villages were not getting water. I was involved in that. 150 villages were going without drinking water because one big Coca-Cola company came and they put up a big industry. I'm not against that. What I'm trying to say is this industry was taking away, sucking a lot of water from the ground. And we should know that 30% of the fresh water on this planet is contained in the bedrock pores and soils underneath the ground. You know, beneath the surface of the earth, we have the 30% groundwater, the fresh water. How are we using it? We clean the floors, we clean the cars, we clean so many things with that water. I've seen it. The rich people who try to, they even water the Croton gardens, the Croton parks, the Croton gardens with this fresh water. The freshest water in the world, 30%. About 10% of this water is used even by Americans. So, what will happen on this earth if there is no water? You cannot produce one drop of water more than what it was millions of years ago or millions of years hence. The same amount of water in different forms will be there. But you can produce energy from solar, wind, and all that. You can never produce water. Water is the most essential part of the economic progress or economic sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, we have to talk about food, transport, construction, that is housing, energy. These are very important things in sustainability. They are interdisciplinary, no doubt. When the war is taking place, I think Mr. Kirtan Kumar referred to this war briefly. When the war is happening, some of the countries are very happy. Perhaps you don't know that. Some of the European countries are very happy because they will get a lot of demand for rebuilding those cities which have been destroyed by Israel in Syria, in Palestine. Many of these countries are very happy because they will get a lot of contract, they will get a lot of technological skills to be employed, to be deployed there, to rebuild the cities. This is what happened in the Second World War. If America became very rich, it is because of the Marshall Plan and the Second World War, when Hitler had destroyed most of the cities in Europe and America started getting a lot of demand for steel, cement. They cut billions of acres of forest and made a thorough road. If you go to America, you will see how the roads were formed, only to take very quickly, from east to west. A lot of steel was produced in Canada, so they wanted to take it, sell it to European countries, because European countries did not have industries producing steel and cement and all that those days. So this is how the world has gone. If you look at the civilization, the Western civilization, you must know that it was the economically advanced countries which actually triggered the global warming and the climate change. Because whether they were aware of it or not, we don't know. But they are totally responsible for causing global warming. Now, India should have known it. We had our own culture, our own tradition, our own economy. Like Bhutan. Bhutan said we are looking at the human happiness, not economic progress. Does economic progress bring comfort and happiness? You have to sit and think and imagine. See, we had great saints like Buddha, Shankara. Buddha walked from the greatest empire that he built. He walked away from his wife. He walked away from the throne. He walked away from the great empire. He walked into the forest, sat there for hundreds of nights under the tree because he was appalled and he was pained by looking at the old man, sick man, and all that. He said, "This is going to be life. It is Shashwata Allah." When people come to know that life is not is ephemeral, it is short-lived, then people will become happy. Yes, we should not make too much of wealth for ourselves. It is this the Stanford University. It has totally stressed on this. Search for affluence, they say. Affluence is to become rich. There is a search for affluence. There is huge population growth, and there is a huge volume increase in the volume of industrial and economic activity, which is putting pressure on everything. And then search for affluence. These are the three things they said are destroying. And of course, they have discussed a lot of details because they put a lot of economists, sociologists, artists, environmentalists, physicists in trying to find out what went wrong and how the multiple disciplinary subjects and topics like industries and economics, marketing, shopping malls, and transport and ports and all these, they're all, nothing is sustainable. Well, let me tell you very frankly, because all our economic progress depends on the natural resources. And natural resources for 800 crore people. Imagine we have world which is covered by 70% of the ocean, by ocean, 10% by the ice, and only 20% of this wonderful land where 800 crore people are living every day. 800 crore. We have forests, we have rivers, we have shopping malls, we have great buildings, we have roads, we have millions of cars in this 20% of the land only. So if you are deciding how to live a life in future, only few people can, because in India for the last few years the topic is going on. How many wealthy people are holding the wealth of this land? Only say they say about 5% of the people. The rest 70% are still poor. The 50 crores of Indians, according to certain people, are living just tagging it is not, I won't say below poverty line, but just bordering poverty line. Because they don't know what is sustainable. They are just living. We are condemned to live in big cities. I am against big cities like Bangalore. This was a much beautiful city if you go 20 years or 15 years ago. I used to write very frequently in Times of India, Deccan Herald, Indian Express, and other Kannada papers, Vijay Kannada and Prajavani, because I wanted to reach all kinds of people. Here, it was one of the most beautiful cities in Asia. But I said once that this is going to hit a crisis as far as drinking water is concerned. And it is just 2 days ago, the groundwater scientists have said that we have completely depleted the groundwater of Bangalore. And we need about 1,400 and odd million liters per day, but we are getting only 600, half of it. The rest is coming from the groundwater, and groundwater is gone. Only few people will get water. No doubt who they can afford, they can buy the water. So one British geologist told me long back that we have 30% of this groundwater in the world. And if you should use this groundwater like a fixed deposit, only when there is emergency, take the groundwater, he said. Otherwise, use it like a fixed deposit. Because like many African countries today who stand in the queue, whether they are rich or poor or whatever, they stand in the queue to buy one bottle or two bottles of water. The same things will happen in many parts of India. We should be really concerned. We have great Himalayas. We have great Western Ghats. Western Ghats are 88 million years old. 88. Before Gondwana, that is the Asia, British, and Australia, all of them were together. About 200 million years ago, there was a tectonic plate and it broke, deviated, and of course the European and other countries in Asia. I mean, Asia became different, and Australia. After that, then there were huge volcanoes and all that. But 88 million years ago, the Western Ghats. You can see the Western Ghats not only up to Kanyakumari, but they are dipped into the oceans also. We have the mountains starting from Tapi River in Gujarat right up there. We have 65 Major rivers are 65, and they irrigate millions of acres of land, give us biodiversity, give us medicine. No people went, we had no medicines like the big hospitals that we have today. There was nothing. People were very happy, very healthy. They ate the local food, they grew local food, they ate local fruits. They're very happy because in environment we have found out that you should not bring apples from China, from Delhi, from other places because they have to come in a box. They have to be carried by air or by ship. What is the cost? And then the kind of whatever the minerals, vitamins, other things, whatever they use, is not good for us. For instance, in North Karnataka, if people are made to eat jawar roti because jawar is grown plentifully there because we have four ecosystems like the Western Ghats, and as the Western Ghats subside, we have the shrub jungle, and as the shrub jungle subside, we have undulated land that is dips and mounds. All the dips means depressions. Itharai Road. They over a period of time became lakes. So we had 1,000 lakes, small, big, and medium size. You can imagine 1,000 lakes. And then to the east, we have the grassland, the Deccan Plateau, one of the major, ecosystems of the world. The Deccan Plateau is a major ecosystem of the world. Unfortunately, even the forest department does not consider grass as an important thing. Grass holds 43% of carbon. Grassland holds 43% of carbon it holds. If you remove the grass, the buds come out, and then the carbon goes into the atmosphere. So global warming starts from all these. It is not only automobile and industries. The way we are destroying our grasses, destroying our trees, destroying our shrubs, destroying our flowers. If you go to Western Ghats, you're all coming from Western Ghats, Pratap Hegde and all. Whenever we used to go to the Western Ghats from Dharwad to Goa, just about 2.5 hours. For those days, Goa was just liberated, and we thought it was a foreign country, so we would all go. Within 2.5 hours because there was not much traffic. And there we would see a lot of young girls selling fruits like kaudi hannu, parge hannu, bare hannu, peral hannu, kanche hannu, sitting on the road and selling flowers because these are grown on the edge of the forest. There is a biodiversity, edge of the forest. We have to buy them, not use plastic flowers and put it in the car. No, we have to buy them. They will be very happy because they are going to school. If you buy from them, they will be happy. They will preserve them. This is what I have told the forest department. You don't think of those people who are living on the edge of the forest. In the forest, nobody lives. Very, very, some Nagarhode and all that certain people in the BR hills. But then millions of people who live on the edge of the forest are as important as people who live in the cities. So what I was trying to say that cities should not be built in India because cities make a tremendous bad impact, negative impact on the smaller cities. Now we see whenever I go to Dharwad and Hubli, there were no industries earlier. Today there is a Belur industrial area. More than 2,000 industries. Out of them, only 20% are working. Government is not able to give them water or energy. Some of them have captive energy. They produce their own energy. Many of industries are maintaining. They are digging the bore wells and taking out the water. And this land, as I said, four ecosystems, the Western Ghat, the shrub jungle, the pond ecosystem, and the grasslands. You get it in 45 kilometers and 200 kilometers from Ranebennur to Belgaum. One of the finest lands in the whole country. Four ecosystems you never get anywhere. In Canada, they say prairies meet the forest. Prairies are again the grasslands, they meet the forest. Only two ecosystems. So we have four ecosystems. That means they overlap each other. There is no marking as such. So overlapping produces different kinds of micronutrients in the soil. So these micronutrients produce amazing, types of cereals, amazing types of pulses, fruits, vegetables. Our vegetables are amazingly tasty. Similarly, I just want to tell you, Pratap Hegde is here, the Western Ghats of the Dakshina Kannada and Mangalore, Udupi, they must be preserved at all time. What a finest culture you have, what kind of language you have, what wonderful theatre arts, great writers. All this is because of the biodiversity, all because of the environment. It is a great thing to go slowly into your Western Ghats of Udupi, Bangalore, and this Kundapura and all that. Amazing. The same thing I used to feel about Uttarakhand district. So you see the kind you get the kind of trees, the grasslands and bushes and things like that, the birds and animals. They are not. Don't think forest is just wildlife and trees. No, forest is the first basic civilization of a humanity. When you walk into the forest, do you get any smell? You feel so fresh. There are no toilets, there are no roads, no cars, but billions of micro life, right from micro life to the abundant elephants, tigers, lions, all they live here. We have no lions, that's different. Lion gear is there. So such wonderful animals they live. They don't have toilets. If we don't, I mean, properly take care of our sewage, it starts stenching. There is no stench in the forest. Think about it. There is a medicine in the forest. Most of the birds and most of the butterflies, the bees, they're so sensitive because we had one function on the Aganashini River. This Aganashini River is the best river which runs for about 118 kilometers from Sirsi to Arabian Sea. And the estuary is the finest estuary in entire Asia, one of the finest estuary. You get wonderful fish there, and you get wonderful prawn because of these mangrove forests. Mangroves create beautiful birds. To eat that, the birds come, and then when the tickling falls, the wonderful fish and the prawns are grown there. Today, the mangroves have been totally destroyed in Mumbai. I told some of yesterday, this Sapna, she was organizing the whole thing. I told Sapna, your Bombay will collapsing very fast because you have destroyed the mangroves. Mangroves create life. Mangroves give you they stop the flood. Today, your Bombay, if there is more rain, Bombay is getting flooded. Just like Bangalore, the undulated levels they have vanished because Bangalore, each lake was connected to another lake. Now I'll tell you this: there's one lake near Banerghatta, Hudimau. From that lake, the water used to go to Gottigere. From Gottigere to Madiwala, Madiwala to Agra, Agra to Belandur, Belandur to Vartur, Vartur to Krishnagiri, Tamil Nadu, 100 kilometers. Imagine, this is how our lakes were connected, interconnected in Bangalore. But what we have done, we created great landscapes, converted them, leveled the undulated landscape. We finished the lakes, we swallowed them, we destroyed the grassland, we destroyed the shrub, we destroyed soil, and what we get today, we have no water. There is a climate change we are talking about. Yesterday, there was in the paper this tur dal, which is grown only in Raichur, Yadgiri, Kalburgi, and Bidar, is today completely gone because of the climate change. In winter, it started raining. It should not. So our agriculture is directly connected with how climate is. If we want to understand the climate system, we should understand the atmosphere and the chemistry, rock, vegetation, land, and on one side you have ice and the vegetation. So these are the things, if we understand that, as I said, if we do not create this kind of a vision among students, how this world is beautiful, how this world, planet is so amazing. When you look up into the sky in the evening, in the night, the kind of stars that dazzle you, you don't look at all. Where is the place in Bangalore to look at the stars? So there are so many things which we have to know. I am in my talk, I say I'm touching on this sustainability, but without talking about sustainability, because there is sustainability at every level is affected. You may feel that okay, we are getting the same product. We are getting the same product. Earlier, our soaps They were available for 2 or 3 rupees. Today you have to give 50 rupees, 100 rupees, 200 rupees. Same soap you get, but at a higher cost. Very few people can buy it. So this is what I am saying, sustainability. You get energy, we used to get earlier, very little money, you would get energy. But today you have to pay more. And to make poorer people sustainable, to take their votes, we are giving everything free. Energy free, food free. We have to give because those millions of people, they worked for us earlier, which we near, I mean, for thousands of years. We never bothered about them. Today they are little educated. They are looking at the growth of Bangalore and other big cities. We have literally scrapped the environmental, beautiful, ecological wealth and assets of Pune, of Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi. Delhi is worse. People are getting more, the diseases like cancer. The doctor says that we were getting only about 5 or 10 earlier. Today we are getting 50, 60, 70 because of this pollution of the air, because of the contaminated vegetables, contaminated water. Because I have worked on water, I know that the underground pipelines and the sewage, they are not streamlined. That is why we are drinking contaminated water about which we don't know. Our children don't know where the vegetables are grown, where we are getting water from. If you ask them, where are you getting milk from? They say, Nandini dairy. Water from tap. I mean, ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನದಿಯಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. If you go to Kaveri now, Kaveri nearly 40% of the forests have gone because we have carried transmission lines. We have put up beautiful hotels on the hills and remove the trees. What happens when you start taking out the trees from the hills? Because hills, they're a very high rainfall area, hard hitting rain. So if you remove some trees, the soil becomes loose around it. During the rainy season, when it hits hard, the other trees also will start losing their soil around. And then the trees will start falling. As the trees fall, the bandegalu, your rocks also, they tumble around that. This is what happened to Kodagu 2, 3 years ago. I wrote about it. So this is what is happening to our North Karnataka, 4 rivers, Kali, Mahadai, Malaprabha and Ghataprabha. Amazing rivers. Now these 4 rivers, there is not much water. We are fighting because we have cut the forest. As I told you, we have amazing Western Ghats. These Western Ghats are hot biodiversity hotspot. The next to Brazilian forests are only the Western Ghats of India in the whole world. If you know that from Sudan, during particular season, the finest dust, it goes and falls into the Brazilian forests. And the Brazilian forests are very rich because of these things. That is why the world is an integrated environment. Don't think that the oceans are not here. Oceans bring us seasons. Oceans bring us rain. Oceans bring us light. Oceans bring us food. Oceans are the ones which sink carbon, biggest carbon sink they are. So there are a lot of these things. If you are talking about sustainability, then you have to know what the ocean is doing, how the river is doing, how the grasslands are, how our soil is. If you destroy the soil, if you go on asphalting, what will remain? Where will the water go? So, you see, the same water, we are used to a particular season. Now, during the rainfall, we used to get so much of rain. We used to get so much of food. I mean, whatever paddy, sugarcane, mirchi, whatever we have. So we used to grow that. Now today, because of the climate change, because we have asphalted, we have taken away grassland, we have taken away trees, we have taken away shrubs. So food is now becoming the biggest unsustainable, item. It will not be available as it was available earlier. Why dosa costing you 100 rupees or 40, 75 rupees? Because the paddy has to grow at a higher cost of getting water from different trees and from pump sets. So there are a lot of these issues. So our life has to be understood. Our soil has to be understood. Grassland has to be understood. Our traditions, our culture, all these things matter for environment and for sustainability. I don't think I will take more time. you have given me. I don't know whether I bored you. No? Sure. Okay. Thank you very much for listening to me, and all the best for your.
Your thought process has set a new ignite for our generation, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Pratap Hegde, sir, to enlighten us with few words. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and particularly very happy to see this young crowd of Soundarya, and congratulations to Soundarya. It was a few months back when Kirtan requested me to visit the college and speak about sustainability. I had an opportunity to meet many of you and speak about this whole shift which is taking place across the globe, and we are not different. And particularly you youngsters who are now in the educational phase, and when you come out of your educational phase, the the economy as you understand, the jobs as you understand, the industry as you understand, is going to be disrupted. Because anybody can say anything, please don't believe that, because we are going to become the number one economy in the world, etc. Because this economy which we are talking about is city centric. It was so mesmerizing to listen to Suresh Ablikar sir, because see, when none of us were perhaps even thinking about this environment, ecology, and the impact of this on the whole economy and the society, 40 years back, 45 years back, someone who was actually involved in movies, art movies, direction, he was yelling at people, at governments, look, this is a wrong direction. Let me very honestly admit that none of us, including me, have thought that such a thing is really required. I was a believer in this GDP centric economy. And this man talks today such a comprehensive view of what is going wrong and what need to be done. Let me tell this to you. United Nations is wrong. In COP28, they're only talking about two subjects. They're talking about global warming and they're talking about CO2. This is a too narrow view of the whole issue. If you have to understand, you have to listen to Suresh Ablikar. Unless you look into the whole ecosystem comprehensively, there is no solution can be found out for the real crisis mankind is facing now. The earth is facing now. It's going to impact all of us. It's like an elephant in the room. None of us can ignore this anymore. Every sector, every part of the economy, every country, every community on this earth is going to be hugely impacted in the coming days and months and years. It is not too far. The climate crisis is a real crisis. We can imagine, or we can, there is always a tendency among the human beings, we pretend as if nothing is happening. We can do that, but at our own cost. And this gentleman was talking 40 years, 45 years back. That is becoming the reality today. And we can't look into just two issues. One is the air, that we are talking about CO2 or any other greenhouse gases. And other side, we are talking about the temperature, that is a fire. That is the temperature, global warming. We're only talking about that, but look at Indian civilization, Indian culture. We talked about four elements. Actually, Panchabhutas we talked about. The one is little, we can keep it aside. Buddhism talked about these four elements. You talked about Buddha, sir. Very, very relevant. He only talked about earth, fire, water, and air. All the four elements are very essential. Unless we create a balance among these four elements, there can never be a solution for this problem. And without forests, without water conservation, or the whole stuff which we need to do about the water, the rivers, the water bodies, unless we integrate all the four elements. India has been a very successful, sustainable economy for more than 5,000 to 6,000 years. India was perhaps, even from the very narrow mindset of GDP, if you see, we were the biggest, entire 30 to 35% of the GDP of the world was India. I'm talking about medieval period. And we, the whole art, the culture, the the the, the everything what we talk about, the great life, thrived in this country because of our sustainable approach to the economy, which went for a toss in the last 40, 50 years. Maybe visionaries like Suresh Ablikar sir were talking about it so early. And I had heard many others, many of dignitaries are here. I think Jairam sir is here. He was talking about all this. I went to hear some of the programs which he used to conduct. I went to his farm almost maybe 20, 25 years back. Uh, what these people are talking about. I was running a company as a CEO, running a business. Yeah. Kirtan said, I have calmed down. I have reformed Kirtan. this place has reformed me. When I came here, this was a barren land and I just bought it because somebody said you should buy some farmland. And then I started planting trees here. And these plants, these cows here, this place taught me, which I didn't learn in my education, engineering, management, MBA, and running around the globe, running businesses and companies, which I didn't learn anything. What I didn't learn there, I learned here. When this building itself, sir, it was an experience. The building was an experience. When I realized that, we are also an energy being. We are not just physical beings. When science doesn't talk about this, unfortunately, the biggest problem in the city that today the architecture sir talked about, the architecture, the building materials, the carbon footprint of each one of that items. Cement today, cement concrete is the biggest carbon footprint generator today. We have to have some kind of synergy between our energy and the energy of the place which you live in. Unfortunately, this has gone for a toss. The city buildings are one of the main causes of today's problems, health problems. Because our energies are not matching. Because unless you use natural materials, like these tiles, you can touch and see the synergy between your energy and these tiles. Because it is earthen. That is why it is essential. See, when I conduct some management programs here, the people come from all over the world. Some 30 CEOs come from 25 countries. I teach them learning management from nature. The first thing which I do is I request them to remove their footwear, immediate resistance, because all these people from all parts of the world, North America to Europe, they have even gone to their bedrooms with their footwear. Why should I? I had to teach them first. That is the first session which I take. What happens is, I'm so happy that Kirtan talked about it. Thanks for remembering. Because, the human body is completely become toxic because of our huge thinking process. Most of the thinking is negative only. Positive thinking is a very wrong notion. If you think, first of all, you think which you already know, and you can't think something new. Even this innovative thinking is a very wrong concept which Westerners have told us. I'm telling you, you can only think what you already know. You can't think what you don't know. I think creative people are here, including Suresh Ablikar sir. You have to keep quiet, stop thinking to be creative. Because new ideas come in when your current, what you already know, at least goes away for some time. So this toxic energy, which is basically created by our own negative thinking, which we do constantly, other than when we are in deep sleep, most of the time we keep thinking something or the other. And most of it is waste and useless. And that toxicity has to get down to the earth. Just like, we put those, in an electricity circuit. Electricity is nothing but flow of electrons. It is negative energy. And whenever there is a lightning, so much of electricity gets generated. It has got some many good things also. It generates a lot of nitrogen in the air. But it also has a lot of flow of electrons. Excess flow of electrons has to come. Otherwise, your buildings will be, damaged. That is why you put earthing wire and put it to the earth. Earth is something, Kshamaya Dharitri. It can take any amount of negativity. It's like mother. And that is why all this negative energy in our body should go down to earth. Earth can take it. So it is very, very important, at least within the buildings, within your home, you shouldn't use footwear because your body should touch the earth always. Westerners don't understand these concepts. We understand because we have a culture of sustainability. You don't have to learn this from anywhere. We need to look into comprehensively. See, when I was listening to Suresh sir, look at how comprehensive he is talking about. And without this comprehensive approach, unfortunately, our education today, our working today, everything is in silos. This is the mess which we have created in our healthcare as well. The allopathic system thinks that eye is different than your head and height is different than your leg and bones. You have different specialists for each one of them. And nobody takes care of the body. It is important to look into only our Ayurvedic system looks into body as a very comprehensive system. It's a complex but comprehensive. Same way, he used a great word called ecosystem. This ecosystem is comprehensive. Everything is involved in it. So it is very important for all of you to understand this. Even it is beyond understanding. The word understanding is standing under. It is not good enough. You have to go beyond that. And you have to get it. You have to get the comprehension. And very, very important, I'm telling you, at one level, it is a huge challenge because the cities have to go away. We can't sustain the cities like this. Cities are become, adu negative energy compact city. Everything is negative. We can't manage this waste. No, this is a place where we are making an attempt. Nothing is waste here. The kitchen waste is collected and it goes to our cows. Nothing gets wasted here. So it is necessary to create a different kind of society, different kind of economy. This GDP-based economy will collapse. So what is important for you youngsters, which you need to understand, I'm so happy of looking at your participation and enthusiasm. Your future has to be integrated with this sustainability because that is where the changes will happen. You have to align to the changes. Aligning to the changes is very simple. Align to the nature. Align to the nature. Everything will be all right. Then there is where you have opportunities. I think in today's conference we'll discuss about those opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of job opportunities. There are a lot of economic opportunities. Okay, if you need the number, the Indian transition from very negative carbon-centric economy of today to a sustainable economy, which we have taken a year of 2070 as we become zero carbon neutral economy. It may have to be. We don't have that much of time for certain reasons. We have to do it much faster. This transition, someone said it's around $11 trillion opportunity. That means new jobs, new kind of professional are required. New opportunities are there. I think I'm so happy. Institutions like Soundarya. Soundarya is also, it means very beautiful. It's a very beautiful thought that we need to get into this. So there are opportunities to train people, align the youngsters into these new economic areas. And this is where opportunities are for you. For economic opportunities, job opportunities, and this is where the world will move. Today, there are two things are happening. One is because of this climate crisis, the current economy and many sectors are getting disrupted. Loss of damage is going to be big. Like we have just decided in COP28 that we are going to phase out the fossil fuels. What is the impact of this? Huge. Trillions of dollars of businesses are going to be vanishing because of this. At the same time, there are huge opportunities for the sustainable economic activities. So instead of cities, we may have to create very, very economically thriving villages. It is possible. How to do it? Go and ask, seek the guidance of people like Suresh Ablikar, many other dignitaries who are today, who can talk about those things very, very authoritative. Time has come to relook at everything. And thank you very much for this opportunity given, and to also to become a host for all of you for today. Thank you very much, and I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you.
I just forgot to just one minute about the Stanford University report, because I would like this to be read by all of you. There are three people the Stanford University mentions. The first name is Mahatma Gandhi. Second is Schumacher. Schumacher is a German economist who wrote a book called "The Small is Beautiful." The small is beautiful. It was a great. He was an economist from Harvard, from Oxford University. It was published and exhibited in 1973. In that, he says, if you think of big industries, your natural resources will be squandered, your intelligence will be lost, your concentration will vanish. So, if you have a small industry or small projects, he says, you will be able to use local skills, local products, local services so that it will become sustainable. The huge industries, you have to get all the foreign technologies, you have to get, even to do small things, you have to get people from far off distances. Well, I remember when first computers were introduced here, you had to get people from Bombay to come and serve those computers earlier. It should not happen. So he wrote 1973, Times, New York Times, Guardian, all of the international big papers, they wrote about it for 10 years. This is a wonderful economy Schumacher was talking about. The third was Hoover from America, who the man who lived in the big cities. But then he got fed up. He went away and built his own small two room cabin. And then he started growing his own vegetables and fruits. He said, why the hell I spent my time in the cities? So he walked 1,000 miles those days to save the redwood forest. So the media asked him, sir, why are you walking? When will you reach? Then he said, what? If you want me to go in the car, how can I look at the moth, the grass, the earth, and how can I speak to the people? So these three people, and one thing I would like to say that Gandhi, when he thought about khadi, let me tell you, khadi is the best textile, what we are using today are most polluting industries in the world, these textiles. They use a lot of water, a lot of energy, a lot of chemicals. Khadi is the only thing spin which does not use these things. And any woman can really rattle it and then produce a yarn. So imagine it's a women empowerment in the villages. The children can go to school, the agriculturists can go cotton, and then this is very good for both winter as well as summer, the khadi. So if we produce now these textiles, they already polluted a lot of rivers, they have polluted lakes, they have polluted the air, and they have also contributed indirectly to global warming. So I just wanted to say these things to you. Thank you. I don't know whether I mentioned in the beginning, he's the man who has brought all of us here. I must thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Vasu. I think you will continue to do it forever, and maybe I will, whatever possible, I will be joining.
Thank you so much for your valuable words, sir. We have Dr. U. Chandrasekhar, GM SIR, Scientific Innovation and Researcher. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have 10 minutes break, networking break. So tea will be provided in the main lawn near the registration counter. And please, I request you all to settle down in the same place after 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll start the plenary session exactly by 11:45. Thank you.
named Oscar is a hot air balloonist. On his 70th birthday, he gathered hundreds of journalists to announce an important decision. He's going to travel around the world in 3 oceans with just a hot air balloon and 7 days worth of supplies. If successful, he would be the first person in history to break the record. To the cheers of the nation, Oscar has embarked on a journey around the world. At 19,000 kilometers, the balloon is working perfect. The sun is shining through the clouds and the blue sky is beautiful. After checking in with the land crew, Oscar goes outside the balloon. He switched off all the flamethrowers. The balloon has now reached a manageable height. If it continues to rise to cold air, it will probably freeze the equipment and cause an accident. In no time at all, a thick layer of ice forms around the flamethrower. Oscar, who has a lot of experience in this field, did some simple maintenance on the machine, and it was back to normal. By nightfall, the balloon was propelled out of Russian airspace by air currents. The first day of the trip went smoothly. Oscar tore open his bag of dried food and put it on the heater. He barely managed to get some food in his stomach. It's the second day. The balloon had traveled 7,380 kilometers at a constant speed, nearly a sixth of the way. If he continues at this rate, we'll be back in Russia on the 7th day, traveling around the world. Oscar opened his rations for breakfast. He was jolted by a violent jolt. It turns out that the flamethrower above his head is malfunctioning due to the cold front. Meanwhile, a land-based monitor notices a lot of noise on the intercom, so he asks Oscar if he needs help. Oscar reassures them that he can handle it. Outside the balloon, he switches off the 4 remaining functioning flamethrowers because there's a big thundercloud up ahead. If he goes in there, he's going to die. So he's got to lower his altitude to get out of the way. The monitors on the ground have their hearts in their throats. They're sweating for Oscar. Luckily, it's not going too badly. Oscar has escaped with his life. Today is the 3rd day of the journey. साफ दिख रहा है यार, आउट नहीं है। हम लोग करते हैं ना। सड़क पर क्लियर कर रहा था। उसको मालूम नहीं उसके बाप यहाँ पे 4 नंबर बैठे हैं। ए ओए, सिल्वर से ट्राई करो कर रहे हैं। अबे भागो, आर्मी पकड़ने आ रही है। आर्मी? अबे आर्मी को इतनी जल्दी कैसे पता चल गया? wall and used a ruler to measure the distances around. Finally, he installed miniature explosive charges around the area. Since the explosion would make a significant noise, it had to be synchronized with the museum's midnight bell. As the bell rang, they pressed the remote control button, and as expected, the explosion was masked by the bell. Next, John opened an inflatable cushion and then knocked off the stones damaged by the blast, with the cushion perfectly muffling the sound of falling stones. The last step was to use a jack to lift the tiles. With surveillance cameras all around the museum, a signal jamming device was essential. After setting it up, they placed it smoothly on the ground and used lasers to disrupt all the surrounding cameras. With everything ready, Lisa carefully climbed to the surface, though it seemed empty, but there were numerous invisible laser beams. John guided Lisa through the camera, and with their perfect coordination, the slender Lisa nimbly avoided the laser beams, successfully reaching the mask's display case. She then took out pre-prepared flour, gently blew it towards the mask, revealing the surrounding laser beams. Knowing the location of the beams, Lisa easily navigated through the danger zone. She then entered a password she already knew, and as the cabinet door opened, the gold mask seemed within easy reach, but there was one last hurdle: the pressure sensor system under the mask. While touching the mask, Lisa had to ensure the sensor remained unaffected. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Finally, she sealed the sensor tightly with chewing gum. Their theft plan was perfect, but just as they were about to leave, a patrolling security guard arrived nearby.
तारिफ, मैं तुम्हारा पीछा करने लगा। जानना था कि तुम उस परिवार को खत्म क्यों करना चाहते हो। डॉक्टर ने मेरी बहुत मदद की, लेकिन डॉक्टर का बेटा इसमें क्यों इन्वॉल्व था ये भी मुझे जानना था। वो बेचारा तो मर गया, पर उसका फोन डॉक्टर के पास था। उसके फोन में हमें एक औरत की फोटोज मिली। वही फोटोज लीला के घर के एल्बम में भी मिली। तभी मैं समझ गया, किताब में कुछ काला है। उस औरत को ढूंढने में मुझे 1 साल लग गया, पर मैंने उसे ढूंढ ही लिया। उसका नाम है अनामिका। जब उससे बात की तो एक 25 साल पुरानी प्रेम कहानी का पता चला। उस औरत को किसी से प्यार हो गया था, एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के ऑफिस में। नथुराम दुबे एक्चुअली एक गैंगस्टर था, लेकिन पार्टी वर्कर, और अनामिका उसी पार्टी की एक मेंबर थी। उसने आइडियोलॉजी का लेक्चर देकर अनामिका को अपने जाल में फंसा दिया। कोई नहीं जानता था कि वो शादीशुदा है। अनामिका को ये बाद में पता चला। उनका अफेयर पूरे 1 साल चला। फिर एक दिन अनामिका ने उससे कहा कि वो उसके बच्चे की मां बनने वाली है। अनामिका बहुत खुश थी, लेकिन नथुराम को बच्चा नहीं चाहिए था। उसने कहा कि अबॉर्शन करवा लो। उसने अनामिका को बहुत धमकाया, पर अनामिका ने बच्चे को जन्म दिया और उसे अपनी बहन को सौंपकर जान बचाकर भाग गई। ये बात सिर्फ वो और उसकी बहन जानते हैं, नथुराम को भी ये नहीं पता। और वो लड़की है लीला। नथुराम एक पॉलिटिशियन, एक लीडर है, पार्टी में सेकंड इन कमांड है। अगर इलेक्शन में उसकी पार्टी जीतती है तो उसके चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने के चांसेस है। अनामिका को जब ये पता चला तो वो अचानक पार्टी ऑफिस में आ गई। उसने नथुराम से मिलने की जिद की और उसे बताया कि तुम्हारी एक लड़की है। उसने कहा कि तुमने मुझे धोखा दिया और मेरे बच्चे को मारने की कोशिश की। तुम्हें सीएम बनने का कोई हक नहीं है। अनामिका ने कहा कि लीला उसकी बेटी है और नथुराम को पूरे समाज के सामने उसे स्वीकार।
ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರ. ಏನಾಯ್ತಲೆ
ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ತಗೋತಾರೆ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದೆ ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಲೈಫ್ ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ತಿಂಡಿ ಗಮ್ಮತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ ನೀವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆನೆ ಕರಿಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಕಪ್ ಜ್ಯೂಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಗಂಟೆ ಇವತ್ತು ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೆ
ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆ
Serial entrepreneur and corporate advisor. He's a bright man and a motivation and a motivating instructor. Thank you, sir. And I also welcome our speakers for the day, Dr. U. Chandrasekhar, Sri Narsimha, Mr. Venugopal, Mr. Jayaram to come on the stage. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I turn the session over to you, sir. I welcome Pratap Hegde, sir, to take over the session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ಗುರು ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಅದು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
Yes, to bring in with the panelists.
ಪಿ ಪಿ ಟಿ ಏನು ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ
We can't start. To bring him.
ಇದನ್ನು ಏನಂದರೆ ಲೈವ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮಿನಿಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
Here.
ಅಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ
So good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear?
Yes.
So a panel discussion can only be as great as panelists, and I'm so happy to have great panelists in this panel discussion where we would be specifically focusing on the impact of climate crisis on various sectors and much more in detail. So we have sectoral experts with us And I request the organizers to give the introduction of all the panelists so that we can get going on the program.
I welcome Dr. U. Chandrasekhar, sir, GM SIR Scientific Innovation and Research. Thank you, sir.
Gautam Buddha is very relevant in today's discussion for two reasons. One is of course, if you follow a little bit of a Buddhism, I think the sustainability is ensured. Second thing is we are sitting under people tree, under which I heard he also sat.
Thank you, sir.
And
Yeah.
the people tree has made Siddhartha into Buddha. There's a great transformation.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Shri Narsimha Nakshatri, Vice Chancellor at Best University. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Venugopal Sengopian. We welcome you, sir. A round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome Mr. Jairam HR, the Green Path. We welcome you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir with a great round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now I turn the session over to you, sir. Pratap Hegde, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're not giving any detailed introduction of them? I'll
No,
go
sir.
ahead. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's a very interesting role to play as an anchor. And generally, what happens, you have seen anchors in Indian TVs, and they speak more, and panelists speak less. I think that was the role which generally anchors play. And I wanted to not to follow that today for two reasons. One is I'm not good at speaking all these great subjects in depth, and secondly, it suits me very well. So I will only do anchoring and allow them to speak. And secondly, the time is also short. So in 45 minutes, we need to close this session. So as we have noticed, understood in the first session, the crisis is for real. The buzz is getting stronger, and the whole world is aligning to a carbon neutral future, and we are talking about phasing out the fossil fuels, and all this will have two impacts. One is, can I have some silence, please? Excuse me. I will. So now what is happening, the two dimensions I'm able to see. One is because of this, the crisis, the climate crisis, there will be negative impact on various sectors. Like the agriculture is going to be impacted. Certainly it is not going to be the same pattern of weather, and this is going to be impacting. There will be floods, and there will be a lot of such natural calamities which we are seeing, and this will have an impact on every sector, every industry. At the same time, other dimension is countries are waking up, governments are waking up, newer laws are coming into practice, and this is another big impact which will disrupt the industries what we are knowing about. So let us discuss about it in detail. And so we have multiple experts. Now each one will talk about different sectors where this kind of impacts. And these impacts are also going to throw up a lot of opportunities. I think that's of very, very interest to youngsters who are assembled here. Now, we have to start with, let us talk about the impacts on manufacturing and specifically manufacturing sector. We have Mr. Venugopal, who is from Saint Gobain, and he has done a lot of work and experience in construction industry. If he can throw some light on how the construction industries are going to be impacted, construction materials are going to be impacted. Let me tell you, many construction materials are high, hugely, carbon centric materials. Carbon footprint of these materials and carbon footprint of the construction sector is very high. How is he looking into the challenges and opportunities in those areas? And I request you to look into manufacturing in general and construction materials and construction industry in specific. You can, we have little time is short, so 5 to 6 minutes. If you can explain that, and I will give that kind of time to all the panelists, and at the end we'll take questions from the.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Mr. Venugopal.
Thank you so much, Pratap ji, for that context setting. And first of all, I thank the Soundarya management team and Pratap Garu for organizing this conclave. And I was sitting there and listening to all the speakers here, and I think the context is already set, right? So climate change is happening. It is no longer something that is conceptual. It is the reality. In fact, last week I was there in Chennai. I am from Chennai basically, and all of you would have read in the newspapers that Chennai is facing the worst floods in almost 3 to 4 decades, and this is the second flood within less than 10 years. The first one happened in 2015, and the second one happened in 2023. So it's no longer a distant future that these events are going to happen more frequently. If you look back at it, there's a history to everything, right? So before industrialization, around 1850 times, and now the time that we are in 2023, the rise in temperature is around 1.2 to 1.4 degrees, as per different studies that are there. And if you are following the climate change events that are happening, the Paris Accord, that is a very important event. 1.5 degrees is the target we took for 2100. And we are now in 2023, where already we have increased the temperature to 1.2 to 1.4. So based on this, there is only a 0.1 to 0.3 degree gap that is there, which can even keep things bearable for us. If you look at Google, if you just go to Google and search weather in Chennai, weather in Bangalore, it shows 22 degrees, but feels like 25 degrees, right? Imagine that 22 degrees becoming 25 degrees and feels like 28 degrees in Bangalore. That day is not very far. If we keep doing things the way we are doing. Now, what can we do, to come away from this situation from happening sooner? That is what we need to think of. One way to think of is already covered by Sir. Uh, Increasing industrialization is going to happen because the economy is developing. We cannot stop India from its economic growth. There is a lot of history that has happened. Europe has developed, US has developed. Now is India's phase to reach a developed status. So industrialization is going to happen. It is going to multiply, to be honest. But how can we do it more sensibly is the question, right? So if you look at the entire carbon footprint that is happening globally, it is to the tune of 40 gigatons, right? And if we are going to do things the way we are doing, it will multiply 2x, 3x, the global footprint. The only way to bring it down is being sensible in all the things we do. For instance, I will just take few instances that happened today. Two colleagues of Soundarya picked me up from my home, which is in Kengeri. And to reach here, we carpooled in their own vehicle, right? So I just wanted to say that something we can do. So I come to the industry part, but as people here, what we can do towards sustainability is something I wanted to cover. Second thing, the venue that we have taken. Most of the sustainability conferences I have attended have happened in closed doors. I come from a glass company, but it happens in glazed buildings which run with air conditioning, right? And this is the most sustainable venue for a sustainability conference to happen. So I think we can all give a round of applause for that. It was very thoughtful to have the event happen here. So the venue where the transport is the first thing, the venue is the second thing, and I can see sir wearing conventional and traditional clothing. I personally don't prefer wearing this blazer, right? So this is not something that is suitable for the Indian climate at all. But all of us have our own reasons of wearing it, and I'm also sporting it because I'm representing a MNC, right? And here, when we are wearing the clothes that are suitable for a climate, that has a lot of impact in its entire ecosystem and supply chain. Suresh sir also mentioned about how clothing is one of the most polluting industries, right? It involves a lot of chemicals, it involves a lot of water, and it has a lot of impact on the environment. So all these three things I mentioned, right? The fourth aspect is food, locally available food using local ingredients, local cuisines. The fourth aspect is food. So these four elements we touched upon, right? Which involves the transportation, the building construction. The venue we are here is a green building. I'm a green building expert. I can say that this location ticks all the check boxes that a green building rating system will ask for, right? So the location is a green building. The third aspect is the way we are, the elements that we are having, the day-to-day usage that we are having. Are we using locally made clothes? Are we using locally made products for the event? Are we avoiding plastic? I can see that there's no plastic used for water. Single-use plastics are avoided here. These are all small steps that we can take towards it. And the fourth aspect, which I mentioned, which is as a mindset, we need to have this sustainability. So that is something I wanted to set the context. Coming to the industries part specifically to the building construction, when you look at how do you call a building as a green building, like, or a sustainable building? We are in one of the sustainable buildings ourselves. So what are the features? One, the people have to be comfortable. Like, are we having good ventilation? Are we having good thermal comfort? Right? If I'm not wearing this blazer also, I'll be comfortable. Right? Are we having good thermal comfort? Are we having good daylight? Are we having good visual comfort? Right? So thermal comfort, visual comfort, ventilation, and acoustic comfort. Luckily, we are outside all the buzz of the city, so we are not having a lot of noise. But when we are inside the city, you need to also think of the acoustic comfort, right? So these four comforts define how people are comfortable, right? The next aspect is the planet. Are we consuming too much water, while operating the building and while constructing the building? So there are two phases that we need to think: the construction phase and the operational phase, because a lot happens in the construction phase, which includes the material choice, which includes the way of construction, which includes the local availability of materials. Why do you need a Belgian glass, or why do you need Italian marble when all of them are made in India? You have the locally available architectural elements that can be used in a building, right? So that comes in the construction stage. So one, the people; second, the planet, how you are using local materials, how we are choosing materials that are sustainably made. So that is the second P I will address. And third P is performance or profit. So when you say, sustainability cannot be kept away from economics, like sir was saying, it also needs to make economic sense in the life cycle aspect. Say that you're investing in a particular property, say you're constructing your own home. There are materials that are made locally, there are materials that have to come from a distance, and then there are also materials which are sustainable materials, in the sense, when you use those materials, you get better comfort, you consume lesser energy, lesser water. So if there is a slightly additional investment that goes into getting those materials, but in the long run you are having an impact or saving, then you should consider that as a life cycle impact. You need to understand that aspect as well. So the people aspect, the planet aspect, and the performance or the profit aspect. So when we keep these three P's in mind in all our decisions that we take, be it in the industry or as an individual that we are, doing in our day-to-day lives, how will my action impact the people? How will my action impact the planet? How will my action impact the performance, be it energy, water, whatever efficiency we are how much ever lesser resources we can consume, if we can reduce that consumption. These three P's, if you are able to think through and take that action, I think we can definitely avoid the climate crisis that is happening, because climate change is already there. It always happens. Even before the industrial era, climate change was there. The only concern is the level of industrialization that we have done, the level of modernization that we have brought up has accelerated this climate change at a very fast pace. Things that are supposed to happen in 1,000 years are happening in 100 years, right? So that is the concern that we are facing, and I think with everybody's involvement, with the industry's involvement, with the academic institutions' involvement, with the people's involvement, there is a scope that we can fight that if we think through the right way.
Thank you.
This is my
Thank
thought.
you, Venugopal. I think it is a good look at how construction industry and manufacturing and industries in general has to look into this. Of course, it requires a lot of time to go deep into this. Perhaps in the coming days and months, we'll have those opportunities to interact more. Now I will turn the attention to the pole star. His name is Nakshatri himself. He's Narasimha Nakshatri. His experience in rural sector, agriculture sector, cooperative sector is huge. Sir, request you to tell us in 5-6 minutes how this whole crisis which we are talking about is going to impact these sectors which you are very aware of, and what are the challenges there and what are the opportunities for our rural masses. Like we have certain opportunities like carbon credits for our farmers. The farmers are also manufacturing oxygen. They also do carbon sequestration. We only pay them for growing some vegetables and fruits. We are not paying for growing oxygen. Now, there is an opportunity there. When the carbon markets come up across the globe, here is an opportunity for our farmers. We have a great setup in India. Everybody says, our problem is the small and medium farmers. Small holdings is a great opportunity, provided we integrate them, collectively look into them. And you have this kind of experience in rural sector. And if you can tell us how things can be better, how things can be better managed. Thank you.
Thank you. ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟಿನ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯದ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸಮ್ ಆಗಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಸೊ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು, ಐ ಟಾಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೋತ್, ಓಕೆ? ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್, ಯಾ, ಕನ್ಲಿಶ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಪರಿಚಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ಸಾವಯವ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಅಡ್ವೈಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಹಜ ಸಮೃದ್ಧ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಪರಿಚಯದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸುಮಾರು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ, ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5-6 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಹೆಬ್ಳಿಕರ್ ಅವರು, ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು, ದೇ ಟಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ many things about the agriculture and the environment and the exploitation, all those things. They talked about the soil, water, nature, air, all those things. I don't want to repeat all those points, it has come up now. But all of us, we should also remember that during 1960s, we have a deficit of food. We have a scarcity of milk. But that was the situation we faced due to the revolution of green revolution, hybrid, the varieties of rice and all those things, and the milk revolution with the Dr. Kurian, where I was a part of that organization for the more than 2 decades with Dr. Kurian in Amul and Anandada. So that was the thing. The exploitation has led to this kind of situation. Today we are almost the highest production of milk or the rice or these things, and fruit and vegetables also. We are the largest producer. But the exploitation, it has come. The exploitation, it has come now today to the soil. So just now they will remember the exploitation of the soil. So where is the soil? So the soil structure, soil texture, soil nutrients, everything has gone depleted, and we are growing the monocrop and the multiple crops growing, and all the nutrients are going, and And we are putting a lot of fertilizers, chemicals, pesticides. We don't know what to eat. Next, come to the water. Another biggest danger, I think already it has been mentioned, in the cities or in the rural areas. We exploited the borewells. Today, the city water, again, it is going down to the earth. Again, we are taking back the same water contamination. So, where is the end for that? No, the air. Where is the air? Fresh air. We have cut all the trees. I think we are drinking all the coffee, tea, everything in the paper cups and paper this one. And the plastics. Another biggest danger to this place. We are all putting that, and soil is again getting spoiled because it cannot degrade. So these are the dangerous situations we are facing now. So why? Because we are exploiting the soil, water, everything. But agriculture is facing a lot of threat that we want the commercialization, we want the more yield, more productivity, but the naturally we have to natural resources we have to maintain. We have to regenerate this kind of productivity, and we have to see that the next generation they also need to live here. That is what the whole theme of our sustainability, and that comes to a part of that. So what we can do? So a small attempt like the organic farming, organic crops. This all started by different places, different companies started. Government of India said that okay, natural farming, organic farming, all those things they started. But how many of them are really practicing real organic, real natural farming? Where is the natural farming for matter? There's no cows, which is in the cities are this thing only in the villages, wherein we give again feed to the cattle feed. There is no green fodder. There is nothing we are not giving. Again, it's a vicious circle we are all facing now. Even the milk, whatever it is we are drinking, that is also got a lot of feeds, and it's not a good for the even the drinking milk. No, good, it's not a good milk. That is why we can see that organic milk has come. How many of them genuine? How many of them not genuine? Where is the traceability? So I am working for a company since last I introduced one of the crop called as the gherkins. It was in 1990s I introduced that crop along with the built Thapar Industries. So we export that since last 30 years to different countries, to Europe and America and all those places. They more than 1 lakh farmers they grow. But when it goes to those countries, they find this is the pesticide residue, this is the lead residue, this kind of residues comes, and the container which has gone, that has to be not even thrown, and we have to pay for that. So if we export to those countries, they ban. We are having a threat. But in our country, we eat everything. Even the pesticide residue we eat, and we don't care because we don't bother. So the change has to happen. The price. Everybody talks about being a consumer. We are not bothered about the real quality issues. We are only price conscious. Oh, freebie. It's a take one, buy one, take one free. Or take one and 20% discount. We go for that. We are not quality. We are the price consciousness. So this is the whole challenge we all of us are facing now. So regarding this, we have to see that at least the organic or the good product, good or food is necessary for our good health. So now we all of us are here. We are all students. Some of them are faculty, and you are also encouraging taking the good food for your families, but don't compromise for the quality. Now next comes to the carbon footprint. We want a clean air. People tree is there and it gives the oxygen. All of us sitting here, we are giving a lot of carbon dioxide now today. I think it will absorb hopefully. And what is that we can do all of us? I think recently I attended one of the lecture where they said each one of us can in our house, and we can keep few seeds, keep it in some crop, some kotumbri, some coriander, something we can grow. Some oxygen it will give. And each one of us, we can avoid using the plastic bottles, use the what is this all these paper cups, and we can also see that what is happening, the lifestyle of our days. I think we are the most luckiest people. We have seen those days of our life, and nowadays both we have seen. Both who have crossed 60, I'm crossed 65, 67. So we were going to school. Somebody said that we are going to barefoot. We are going to the school barefoot, and we were eating the food on the floor. There was no amenity for us to eat food on this, spoons or something. Today, changed from from the hand to the spoon, from the ground to the dining table, from eating 3 times to the. We were cooking. My mother used to cook 3 times a day. Today, one time you cook it, and there is a fridge, and you keep it and eat. And lifestyle changed. Imagine those.
But also through, we get it from the Zomatos,
Swiggy, and it has become so popular because it's very easy. So there is a tasty, and I don't know what is that in the taste. We don't know. Luckily, the COVID has helped us. Otherwise, what we used to do, we used to take 2-3 people. You should take only in this what is that together, one spoon. Then the Corona said, don't eat together, keep distance. So that's also, it told us, okay. So then what was happening, we microwave, another one more thing. We heat it, and not many of our lifestyles have changed now. This is also causing a lot of damage to this economy and a lot of damage to this environment, because we are changing and we don't want to do exercise or something like that. We have the, thanks to the mobile phone industry. I think they have grown so big, and everybody in the morning to evening they'll be busy. What are they the mobile? Even the child, it grows. My granddaughter, and she's also wants mobile phone with the first year itself. Okay, so this is what
before the birth only.
Birth only. Yeah, these are the lifestyle changes also. I think we are spoiling the environment. We are spoiling because I don't know the carbon. We talked about the carbon. How much carbon? I think that day I was attending our Madam Tejaswini Anant Kumar's. The Anant Kumar was the ex-minister who started every Sunday he used to go and plant in the local Bangalore area. He used to go civic communities. He used to go and plant about 100 plants or 150 plants. He used to give. He used to go there, plant it with the local amenities. They have to maintain that. This is what it has happened. I think last about some 500 such Sundays happened. So I was also invited for that one program. I went. She was talking so nicely that one tree if you cut, how much the oxygen we are lost, and how in one tree if you have to plant, how many days, how many months it's required to grow and give the oxygen. So this is a very dangerous situation we are all facing. We have to plant trees. So what I did, that's why I thought that I'm also in one of the layout in Bangalore, where I'm a residence welfare association president, first elected president. What I thought that, okay, let me do some example. My site is there, I constructed a house. Next to my site, there is 30 by 50. That was full of pigs and dogs and all those things, dust, everything will go in the evening. Night time, they throw all this garbage. I thought it is something has to be done. What I did is I asked the owner who stays in New York, I said that please put a compound, I'll maintain this. Then I brought all the medicinal plants, all this organic the bananas, everything I started. I'm getting good. So today everybody comes there to see that my next plot what I have done it. So this is another. Everybody can do little bit. We can contribute to save our environment, save agriculture. Now let us see because Mr. Somesh was supposed to come here. Saja Samruddha, the CEO. He has not come. I take his on behalf of also some 2-3 minutes. This is an organization called Saja Samruddha Producers Organic Company. All of you know that cooperatives have come up, and the cooperatives have become the political milestone for every politician in the country. Whosoever is there. I was also in board of director of different milk unions all over the country, and I played that role also. So this is after that cooperative movement, they thought that it has to be changed to the producer companies. So the government said that, okay, form the producer companies, will give some funds, you run it, and as instead of cooperatives, you run as a producers companies registered under the Companies Act. So this is the first company and one of the first best company in the Karnataka state formed Saja Samradha Farmers Organic Farmers Producers Company, where myself and I am proud to say that Mr. Pratap Reddy sir is also involved, and we are also advisor to that. So they grow vegetables, fruits, groceries. Everything is certified. The group certification happens because the land has to be organic. It has to be organic certified by the different companies approved by the government of India, government of different states and NPOP and NOP and other things. We grow through the farmers. More than 850 stakeholders are there. We grow and we process it, primary processing or maybe secondary processing. We sell it, and the farmers are the stakeholders here. And organic, the farmers of neighboring Karnataka state, and they grow this, whether the rice or the millets or the fruit and vegetables or any other the spices or other things. This is the one of the in the Karnataka that the Sahaja Samradha is the one of the largest the market is selling the millets and the organic rice. And in addition to that, so they are giving the highest price to the farmers, more than 30% price because it's organic. And also they give back after that, every year they give back the whatever the surplus is there as per the Producers Companies Act, they have to give back to the farmers. This money is being given. I think nowhere else it has happened. The government of India said that 10,000 producers companies should form. So it is formed just for the sake of forming a producers company. Ajim Prem, this institute, they have made some study last year. Out of that, the more than 10 years and old farmer produce companies, 66% of them are dead. 5 to 10 years, 30% dead. So why? Because our schemes are not being used properly. So there are schemes, government schemes are there. There are a lot of supports are there. So, but we have to utilize that properly. Now, for example, Mr. Pratap Abde has done a great job of this barren land. Converted into it is a place wherein we people can come and spend here. Lot of biodiversity things happened. And this is what is required in the conversion of the barren land. I was also in charge of one of the NDDB's venture in Kola, where the government said that you convert that barren land into a forest land or through the community development. So I was spearheading the whole team from Anand. I came down to Karnataka, and Karnataka government with the forest department, I identified 100 acres patch of the barren land to convert that into a land where there's environmentally it will be good, but it has to be protected. Forest department land, who will protect? Nobody will protect. People will go and cut it. So they said you make a cooperatives. I tried to make a cooperative of that. With the 13 such cooperatives, with the 1300 acres, I tried to farm it. Each land has 100 acres of land through this, whatever the villages is close by. So they have to protect, they have to plant, they have to get the labor charges for which Canadian International Development Agency has given the fund. But again, there is a hurdle. These politicians do not want. Where the money has come? They put a case. Minister called me. So what are you doing? Where is your fund? One day TVS has come. Mr. National Secretary from Delhi. Some 8 crores of funds has come. 3 crores cooperatives is farming. Okay, where is the money? Minister called me. Come to the Vidhan Sabha. I said, don't go. Went there. He said, what are you? I'm going to transfer you. I said, you transfer, no problem. What is? I'm not an employee of you. I'm not an employee. They report. So then the program was started for some time. Then the chief secretary has to convince. Then the chief minister wrote a letter to the Dr. Kurian apologizing for the mistake happened. So there are so many hurdles for the environmental also, the things when we take up initiatives. It is not that so easy. Land is an issue. If you take any land, any piece of land, and somebody else will come. So it is my land, it is your land. So land is already, it is a degraded, land is already a limitation. One more important factor is we have to see that I'm going to the villages in Tiruvannamalai area and Ranipannur area and Gadwal area. Very every week I go for 1 day or 2. People will take me, I go advise for some of the crops for the export purpose. I can see only the people of old age people now. It has become old age people. Youngsters are not there. They are all coming from cities to the, sorry, villages to the cities. The urbanization. It's also one of the reason that we are going to have a food crisis. If not today, it is going to happen sometime later. So all you youngsters, you are all here as a students of the management. There's a good and a beautiful future because the food industry, because I'm in the food industry, it's a good future for all of you, and we can grow, we can export, and we can also do these different countries and diversification. I was there with the Malaysian some minister about a week back. There is no rice there. There is no sugar there. There is no onion there. They said, "Why don't you help us to export?" So, sorry, I have taken a little more time.
No
Thank
problem.
Thank you so much.
Sir, your experience and background is so vast that it takes a lot of time to really explain various dimensions. The suggestion for this is true for all the speakers today or all the panelists. What I suggest is, just pick up the keywords and Google after that. That's how you can get more information because the time available is very short. Just pick up the keywords. I think I was telling somebody that in today there is no need to really give an elaborate syllabus on anything. Just to give the keywords, that's good enough, and you will get all the remaining information in the internet. And now we give our put our attention to another areas like aeronautics, e-commerce, mobility. We have Mr. U. Chandrasekhar to talk about it. Sir, 5-6 minutes you can take and explain something. Keywords are good enough. Our youngsters are so smart. They will get everything about you in the next 24 hours. So you have an experience in even in ONDC kind of initiatives, which is transforming the commerce, particularly the e-commerce, which is a very, very phenomenal concept. And of course, the distribution, the logistics around that. If you can, how you look into this whole crisis of climate, and what are the opportunities, what are the challenges in these areas where you are looking at, and how do you link it to the education sector? Because you are also an expert there. Again, this is a challenge. All your life experience you will tell in 5-6 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm not able to give much time.
No.
I need to give you one full day. But some other day, I'm sure Soundarya will organize another session only focused on your background.
Actually, my email is Rapid Chandra. I'm known for giving 2 minutes speeches. Okay.
We'll give them 3 speeches in 2 minutes. 6 minutes together.
Excellent. Feels extraordinary amongst thinkers and doers of sustainability. Congratulations to the entire fraternity of Soundarya, Mr. Kirtan, Dr. Vasu, and Mr. Puneet, Dr. Puneet, who happened to create the bridge between me and Soundarya. It was truly inspiring to get the insights into the sustainability practices from the veterans like Mr. Suresh Ablikar. Is the presentation on? Many times the pictures are more effective in terms of capturing the thoughts. Is it on? The slide 1 is on. Quickly move on to the second slide. We heard the people, but 50% of our economy is driven by the service sector. And when you talk about service, it can come from automotives, aeronautics, electronics, IT services, space technology, etc., etc. The moment you talk about service sector, what happens is there is a waste which is created. We can be very sensitive to sustainability, but we need to be very sensitive to how to prevent the wastage and how to make sure that it can be churned into circular economy model. As my friend mentioned, science gives us the exploration space, technology provides a solution, and society is the seeker of all these things. My endeavor today in the next 4 minutes is about creating a sensitivity to the students and faculty members on 3 important verticals or pillars of the SDGs: economy, environment, and society. So I just want to grab your attention for 10 seconds to the beautiful building the post office created in Alsur about 3 months ago, completely 3D printed. And if you go very closely, the walls are layered. It means in a typical construction, you may end up with about 60 to 70% of the material being used and 40% could be wastage, whereas what you get is what is transformed into a building. And it's not a scientific fiction. In the country today, there are more than 20 startups which are into 3D printed buildings in cities like Bangalore and Pune and Mumbai, etc. I'll spend 30 seconds in talking about this initiative called Swatch, connected with waste pickers and sustainability goals in city of Pune. And what do? They empower the waste pickers to pick up the waste, segregate them into what is recyclable and what is not recyclable, clean the recyclable waste, put it into distributed manufacturing models, and convert that recyclable waste into filaments that can be transformed into the sustainable gifting solutions for the children. And what happened since 2013 is they have impacted 9 million households involving 3,800 waste workers. This is the way things can move forward when you employ science and technology in a very synergistic manner. Look at what happened in November 2023. For the very first time in the country, SGBS Unnati Foundation of Bangalore got listed with a zero coupon, zero principal bond on a social stock exchange, first of its kind in the world, wherein you can also practice sustainability connected with agriculture, healthcare, energy, construction, involving the students and institutions. Any circular economy model has got two innate layers. The first one is connected to the technology where you talk about manufacturing, repairing, and recycling. The other one is connected with biology, where you are pushing back the materials into the mother earth for regeneration. Now, the problem with the academia today is we are mostly driven by the theory. Where exactly our students get the experience? So that's where the passive learning sessions need to be converted into active learning session, and whatever is happening today is an active learning session. And UGC, this is one of the final slides. UGC and the agencies like AICT have given a nod for new generation guidelines wherein university can work with the industry in creating very vibrant linkages for redrafting the curricula and for also making sure that the gap between industry and academia can be surmounted. Many times you look at the startups, they have lofty ambitions, but they do not have the practices. What is the gap which you can collectively address in terms of transforming these startup visions into practices which are business worthy and society worthy is what new generation academicians need to look forward to. Who are the possible stakeholders? It's not just academy, it's not industry, it's society. It's an interplay of all those people. We need to conduct sensitization programs. Many people are there who can give sensitization, but we are more interested in actions. And when do the actions happen? When you provide funds. Do you need to say that all these activities need to be funded captively? No. There are 15 ministries in the world today, including DSTs, DBTs, MITs, DSIRs, inclusive TBIs, which are helping the students and the faculty members to become entrepreneurs and get the funding starting from 50,000 right up to 50 lakhs in terms of making these sustainability based entrepreneurship models to be engendered in the academic campuses. This is what we need to integrate, and ONDC happens to be one of those paradigm examples which has been enunciated by none other than Nandan Nilekani right in the city of Bangalore. And finally, I want to talk about skilling. We talk about knowledge, we talk about attitude, but if you don't provide skills, it's absolutely irrelevant to the practices. And today in the world, we talk about skilling, we talk about certification, and I just want to tell you that last 2 years alone, Minister of Electronics have spent more than 2,500 crores in skilling the students of institutions like Soundarya and beyond in terms of acquiring the skills and putting them into practice. More of the thoughts in the interaction time.
Thank you so much. I think every word which has been spoken are the keywords. Just because they're all very, very relevant. I'm happy that he talked about the stock exchange. I'm talking about the social stock exchange. It's a great opportunity. Look at the opportunities for the startups, which you youngsters should really seriously look into, because this transition from the carbon-centric economy to the sustainable economy will throw up thousands of such opportunities. I think we need to discuss with you more, hear you more. I think we will create such opportunities because all these things are very, very relevant. And when we talk about startups, here is a gentleman, Mr. Jairam. He is a startup as well as he is a venture funder himself. Much before anybody talking about sustainable ventures in the sustainability, he used to create retail. I used to go and see him, and I'm like a Yakalavya for him. He was doing all that, and I used to go and talk to him and learn.
Much before creating or starting this farmland development here, I went to his farm, Sukrashi. All of you should visit that place sometime nearby. And that's where I was looking at, he's a lawyer. People say he's a lawyer, Jairam, but what he does is nothing to do with the law. He was very, very interesting personality and creating so much new businesses. And request you to speak again, sir. Only 5 minutes. We don't have time. Whatever you have experienced, if you have to explain, we need 2 days. But in 5 minutes, keywords, please, and we will bring up.
Namaste to all of you. Yes, definitely I'll pick up keywords. I will start with the keyword started by Sir. Small is beautiful. And your keyword, toxic humans. Do you understand these things? All of you? I'm happy most students are here. Today, the economy is called as modern economy. Am I right? But I call it as a monster economy. Lots of discussion happened. Now, last 2 hours, we can brand our economy as a monster economy. I'll tell you an example. You know about HLL, Hindustan Liver Limited. What is the original name of HLL? What is the original name? Unilever. You go to Pakistana Liver. You go to Philippines. I went to Philippines in a village in a bus. I see Sri Lanka. Philippines Liver, Unilever. Philippines Liver Limited. Why I'm telling, in this present situation, the world is controlled by, in India, only 4 or 5 companies controlling our whole businesses. That's, I can't explain everything within few minutes, seconds. In the world, 4 or 5 companies are controlling the whole world businesses. Take your food, take your clothes, take your medicine, take your hotels. Which brand is controlling? Only 1 or 2 brands. Like that, the monopoly of these businesses, monster businesses, have made all of us as slaves for earning money for them. We are the targets. That's why I'm telling, the money race happening in this world now, materialism has caused toxic humans. Why do you want to do business? Most of the people say, I want to earn money. Yes, money is there. But are the people talking about, I want to lead a purpose. I want to lead an happy life. The ultimate vision of money earning is to lead happy life. Build a building, make a house, family, everything. Am I right? Why can't you get happiness by doing some purposeful thing? So this is the thing. And Sir has talked about all these, chemicals, construction, so many things. I will tell you one thing. Humans are only now ecocentric. All the animals, all the living beings in this world are nature-centric. That's why we become toxic. So this present situation, honestly, I'm telling, the food what we are eating is rotten. I will tell you hundreds of reasons. Sir was telling about cancer in this thing. There is a video I can share with you in the group. In the Delhi, a surgeon is telling he is not able to see lungs with red color. It's horrible. You can see it, it's there. Dr. Arvind Kumar, somebody. I can show the video. Yesterday night also I watched it. Where are you heading? Where are you heading? SCG hospital, owner is my close friend. We work together for tobacco stop and so many things. He says that the whole reason for cancer is not smoking also, it's obesity. Number 1 reason, where it is coming? The food what we are eating. The life what you are leading. You want to have a scooter instead of walking, and you have to put on weight and lose everything. And what is the connection with this earth? Totally disconnected. We are totally disconnected. We don't respect. Today I'm sitting here, what I'm enjoying here. Honestly, I'm telling, I'm enjoying the sunlight. I'm totally connected. This is the life. Every day we have to enjoy this connection to the earth. Then what happens? There will be a big change in all of you. You will get lots of positivity. I'm telling you honestly, I am 67. My heartbeat is, resting heartbeat is 49 to 50. How it is coming? I'm very proud. I was born in the village. I started, as I told, my life is, in the village forest. I never thought I come to Bangalore and speak to you, all of you, because of my mother. I came to Bangalore. My uh, morning breakfast and lunch was 7 o'clock in the hostel. 7 o'clock evening, I used to eat dinner. You are all lucky people. You got so many things with you. You are blessed. You got food. You got all the things. So funding is there. So much funding on startups. They are funding to all wrong people. Why can't you start something purposeful life? Why can't you something connected to the earth? Why can't you celebrate your life? Whatever you do, see, I want lots of money. Actually, I was a very famous lawyer. Those days I used to get, every day I was getting ₹1,00,000. I got out of that culture. I thought that that's killing my whole essence of life. I shifted this. I'm lucky today. I'm sitting all of you sharing these things. We got a farm here close by. I've done some models. I want to explain few things. Actually, I wanted to share the small PPT. The pictures is not possible. Our farm is 40 acres. From last 25 years, I'm doing farming there. I never bring anything from outside except plants and seeds. I pay only workers my salary. That's the food forest we have created. We are harvesting every day something, and nearly 50, 60 countries people have come and learned from there, and they have taken the essence of life. Nothing is required from outside. You need only the sunlight, rainfall. I built a lake there. You should all come and see what we are doing. Then I have created two more things. One is that opposite to metro station, there's a restaurant. Why you have done restaurant? It's not because of doing business. I never dreamt that I'm going to do some restaurant business. Because restaurant, and it's a wild dream till today also why I've started. I want to give models to the society, and that's why we started this restaurant where we are populating millet and all those things. If millet is international here, it is because of the Bangalore and because of the Karnataka's policy. Then I've started an eco hotel, which is 60-room hotel. My electricity bill comes around 1 lakh plus. Same hotel, 60-room, they pay 5 lakhs rupees. I've never bought a tank of water from last 15 years. We harvest every drop of the water there. Every drop of the water in my farm. My farm, one day's rainfall sufficient for a whole month. I don't till it. You come and see the essence of that soil, the climate there. Everything is very different. The quality of food. So this is one thing, and also I am running a retreat in Coorg, and these are all different things. Ultimately, I want to conclude. I will tell you, money is a tool. Don't think money is everything. And if you want to do something better in the life, and you want to do really better in the life, you want to respect your mother, your family, your children, whatever it is, please respect the earth. It's giving us. Please connect with the earth and do something very purposeful in the life. That purpose that gives the immense joy for all of us. The purpose is most important. We are all human beings. Important. Do something better in this world. Whether any field, I don't say come or organic farming. You go to, there are lots of things happening in the world. Different energies there. Water is there. There are alternate medical therapies are there, and molding careers. So many opportunities are there. Opportunities are plenty in the world. In the people are talking about US, Europe. I've traveled different countries. I've seen one thing. You have to pick up these keywords. Very, very important. I'm telling these keywords. Number one is slow money. Slow money is very important. That's the movement happening in the western part of the world. The thinkers are doing it. The slow life. Then slow food. There's a university in Italy called Slow Food. And there is back to land movement. There is tiny house movement. What not? I've seen youngsters coming to my organization, working with us, learning. They're doing big movements there. Ultimately, I want to conclude one thing. Our country is great, really great. We got everything. I was in Israel. I was inspired. I wanted to go to Israel a long time. Lucky that I went there. Now it's not been possible. I went to even Gaza Strip, everywhere. They have built a wonderful, wonderful country where the rainfall is 60 to 100 mm. Not even like Kolar. Forget about other things. Old desert. What a beautifully they have built. How they are growing food. How they are exporting to the whole world. When I went there, they are showing me Tiptur, one project they are doing in Kannada language. I'm shocked. I went to Netafin. It's the number one in the world where they started drip irrigation system. Why I'm telling, if somebody properly understand and rules this country, within 3 years we can change the whole agriculture scenario and we can supply to the 800 million people, 800 crores people food. I'm not exaggerating. It's possible. So many opportunities are there. Our climate is so great, but we are not utilizing it. That's why it's called as India is rich, Indians are poor. I hope all of you make Indians also rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very, very inspiring, Mr. Jairam. And you know, the real learning is from this kind of experiences. And you have enough further keywords to discuss further. Green path, you know, that is the path which he has chosen, and it's a path for all of us to follow. Thank you so much, sir. It's very inspiring and interesting. The one thing which I not learned from the TV anchors is I don't cut them in between and get start talking about. So now, if organizers give me 5 more minutes, I will take 1 or 2 questions if anybody has questions. 1 or 2. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know we have. Fortunately, there's no advertisement break, right? So we can use that for. Yeah. Question. Somebody run the mic there if to any of the panelists you can give the name of the panelist and ask the question, so hopefully they will able to answer. If it's a long answer, we will take it offline. Yeah, during the lunch period.
Good afternoon, everyone. My first question is to first speaker. I'm sorry I don't get your name.
Mr. Venugopal.
Mr. Venugopal. Mr. Venugopal, you come from an MNC. And please tell us, what is Saint Gobain doing about some sustainable practices? That is one thing. I will ask to everyone. And to Mr. Narasimhan, sir, you talked about a lot about organic farming, organic farmers. I agree, organic farming and organic farmers is the need of the hour. But we have come a long way in terms of chemical farming. And also the fact that, organic farming and farm products are way expensive. That is one of the biggest drawback, or shall I say, most of things are unaffordable. How do you make it affordable, or what can be done? And to you, sir, a lot of things are, you're talking about a lot of startups that can be done. Some specific startups that can be for the students of today, which can be taken up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Answer a little quickly, please. And you certainly have more time to interact
offline. Yeah. So I'll keep it brief. So Saint Gobain as a company, we are signatories of what is called SBTI, Science Based Targets Initiative. You can look it up. So based on that, we have understood what are our emissions footprint. We have benchmarked our footprint at 2017, understood what is our footprint, and based on that, set a net zero target of 2050, which means compared to 2017, whatever growth we do, increase in production, new factories, etc., our footprint will not cross the emissions of what it was in 2017. So this is as per the SBTI initiative, science-based target. So there are 3 scopes: scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, etc. And you can also look that up. And we have set, we now know what is our emissions. We now know our growth plans as well. And based on that, we have started projects at 3 levels. One, at the company level, where we will restrict our emissions by introducing projects for energy efficiency, innovations, etc. In fact, recently I was involved in the launch of India's first low carbon glass. Glass usually has a higher carbon footprint in manufacturing, but we introduced a technology where it can we can make the same glass, same quality, same, but we'll have 40% lesser footprint. So this is an innovation that we have brought in. So that is at the company level and the product level. Third, at the user level. So how we can bring in products that can reduce the energy consumption, that can improve the comfort of the occupants, that can reduce the dependency on HVAC. So these are all areas, and light and sustainable construction. How can we make buildings lighter? How can we make buildings more efficient? So these are the areas where we are working on. And there are a lot of work that is going on, and I can definitely discuss offline.
Certainly for more details, you can go to Saint Gobain
website. Yeah. Thank you.
Next question is
I think this is a very common question everywhere. They ask about why the organic products are costlier than chemical. It is very true because it is very true because chemical farming it isn't just like we eat a lot of carbohydrates, a lot of starch and other things. Because organic farming, we don't give the pesticide, we don't control the naturally we want to control the pests and diseases. We want to organically we want to grow with the organic bio fertilizers. Yield, the productivity itself is a low number one factor when compared to the chemicals, the hybrid. Second part is that the organic the consumption itself is a very limited. It is a nascent. How many people they eat the organic? Because they go. Already I said that people will go after the cheapest, the available product we would like to go for the Indian consumer. So logistic cost is becoming a very big issue because if I have to transport the small quantity, if I sell in the cities or urban areas, it has to be logistic cost. And third thing, adulterations, malpractices, competitions. So I think I would like to tell about the adulteration. I think it is a very favorite topic of Mr. Shetty. Quickly, adulteration. 1 liter, 1 kg of groundnut oil. You have to. It is available in so many brands. It's 120, 130 rupees. But if you require to extract the 1 liter of or 1 kg of oil, require 3.5 kilos of the groundnut. That becomes 120 into 4, 500 rupees is the 1 liter of oil. But it's available in the market, blended, paraffin, petroleum product, all those mixed. But we go for cheap. Somebody will advertise in the TV. Oh, good, you eat it, drink it, you will become healthy. We are not buying because of us. We are impulsed. We are forced to buy certain things because of all those kind of things. Madam, it is a chemical farming versus organic farming. Many things we can discuss, but it is a cost involved in producing and the logistic cost.
But I can assure you, everybody, that if you add the medical bills, it is cheap.
Now, with sir permission, I want to address your two questions also. Number one, why is expensive? I will tell you one thing. Very nice example. This is you'll all appreciate. There is chemical eggs are there. The youngs are put into this. Every day they lay eggs. You go to a country, eggs how they are doing? It takes how many months to get eggs, and which is better? Whether chemical eggs is better or which is this egg is better? Country free range eggs. You see, taste is different. Chemical egg is full of hormones. So naturally, food when it is produced factory food, it becomes cheap. That's the difference between factory food and real food, truthful food. Britannia advertises diet-free biscuits, healthy biscuits, most dangerous. Never eat diet-free because the sugar, it doesn't have sugar. Sugar is okay, but it has got a chemical which is 200 times stronger than the sugar. It's carcinogenic. Refined oil, sir has told in law, for all the refined oil, we are allowed to mix palm oil 40%. That's why cost is decreased. I make my own groundnut oil from my nuts. I want to use so many kgs to generate, so many kgs are required. I can't sell it for 100 rupees, 200 rupees. It's not possible. You sell a fake food. That's the reason. Still, I believe I'm an activist in organic from so many years. I want to make these products affordable. That's why we are starting Organic Sante. I'm giving food, idli, dosa, in all big IT summits, companies, and exhibitions at the same rate by reducing our cost. So organic can't be cheap. I want to ask you one thing, madam. When you are traveling first class train, how much you are paying than a third class? Are you asking a price when you are buying a lipstick? Sorry to, I'm not mentioning your women. Are you buying or questioning anything when you go to Bata showroom? 3,000 rupees 99 paisa something is putting. Are you questioning them? Please pay, but the premium should be 20 to 25%. We are talking to the organizations, do this 20 to 25 organic farming. So I have started a new movement called Organic for All. Please come next Sunday, every Sunday, monthly mall. We are bringing farmers, selling the products at affordable prices to all of you at a very discounted price. No package. You can fill the oil, you can fill the products. You can do it. That's the one thing. Thank you. That's a very good question. And the production is difficult. I want to send my vehicle to bring, vegetables from here to Bangalore. It costs about, I can't get from RMCR. I have to send vehicle. It costs about 2,000 rupees for me to send driver and all those things. My cost has to go up. So 20-25% margin is good. World will change as we grow more things. It is going to happen.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir. Second question, I will conclude it. Very important. Opportunities you are asking, I will tell you one thing, youngsters. Please don't copy anybody. You don't copy anybody. You first question yourself, what I am, what am I capable of doing. This is most important. What is your interest? On this basis, you will find out definitely a path. Go to that path. Don't copy anybody. You first question yourself, and lots of opportunities: energy, water, food. Value addition is start. You can do wonders. I've seen many people organic. How many they have left US job. They come here. They started farming. They have made money so much. They are also doing very well. So that's opportunity is there for you within your capabilities, within your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you need few
just a 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds. So when you are comparing an industrial product which is manufactured with manually crafted product, there is a difference. For example, if you get into jewelry store, if it is a mass manufactured bangle, the wastage as well as the making charges are very less. The same thing is handcrafted, you pay more. Similarly, in case of organic products, the ones which are mass manufactured, like palm oil, which are packaged in millions of liters per month, you can't compare with cold pressed coconut oil. That's the first thing. Second thing, just deriving from whatever you mentioned, composition is not same. When composition is not same, you can't compare 1 liter of coconut oil, which is hard pressed, with 1 liter of palm oil. So even making that kind of a comparison should be scientifically be validated before we come to a conclusion or inference that this is cheaper, that is costlier.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we are completely out of time. And if I don't stop it now, I think organizers will eat me for the lunch. So thank you very much, all the great panelists. I think the kind of experience and capabilities they have, we can speak to them for the whole day. Certainly, we would come back to you and we'll have more interesting interactions with you. Thank you very much to all of you for your great audience. Thank you very much for the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries. The breeze of happiness has connected our hearts with nature after listening to such eminent personalities. Thank you for sharing your life experiences on sustainability and how to make our world a better place.
Good afternoon, everyone. The offline paper presentations for finance, HR, marketing will be going on right outside the quadrangle. The paper presenters can assemble.
ನಂದಿದೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಂಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಓಕೆ 5:30 or 6:30 ಏನು ಹಾಂ ಅದೇನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ತೆಗೆದವ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಬಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದಾರಪ್ಪ ಯಾರು ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಏನು ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದಂಗಿದೆ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ರಿವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರಿವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನೀನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡೆ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Excuse me.
ಟೇಬಲ್ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರು.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I invite our speaker, Dr. Neeraja, founder, Ecomorphosis and Yoranki Foundation. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And now I call upon Mr. Santosh Kumar Patnaik, professor in the Xavier's Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship at Bengaluru. We welcome you, sir. Yes.
Can you give me a little space?
Thank you so much, sir. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Sandeep Nair, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Namaskaram to all. Good afternoon. It's a very, perhaps one of the most difficult thing I've done in life. At 1:25, holding you from your lunch. We'll make it quick. Very happy to have with us Miss Neeraja, founder and entrepreneur, and also Professor Santosh Kumar Patnaik. The topic of the day for this discussion is academic perspective and policy making for sustainable synergy. We've been hearing some extraordinary presentations and beautiful. I teach economics, and modern economics is based on the principle of invisible hand, Adam Smith's invisible hand, which also understood as self-interest. That's where academic perspective starts. I asked a student of mine a small project, go around in Bangalore, do a study, and present me something which is the most impressive thing about Bangalore. You know what is the title of his study? Mall is beautiful. And we've been hearing small is beautiful. So the perspective is very simple. Academic perspective, modern academic orientation, education orientation is centered on acquisition. The most important thing for all of you is the package. So acquisition, it's not the realization. And policy initiatives related to that. A very interesting thing to note. The government want to decongest Bangalore and help better transportation, and the plan is to create a 200-kilometer tunnel. So I don't know where we are going. I'm happy to introduce the panelists. We have with us Professor Santosh Kumar Patnaik, 33 plus years in industry and teaching, a wide experience, an MSc Technology graduate from ISM Dhanbad, which is an IIT, and Masters in Public Management, National University Singapore, PhD from BITS Mesra, an expert on circular economy, green business, consulting and IT, has worked in the power sector, heavy industries, financial sector, in the railways as a bureaucrat, and has been awarded by the Railway Minister for extraordinary services. So thank you and pleasure to have you with us. We have Ms. Neeraja with us. Please note, I am trying to do the as brief an introduction as possible. Their accomplishment is really vast. A graduate from NIT Surathkal in pollution control. She is a fellow of the NS Raghavan Center for Entrepreneurship and Leadership, a very eminent cell, IIM Bangalore. 12 years, she is a founder of Ecomorphology and is an executive trustee of Unakti Foundation. When I asked what does it mean, it means connecting. She is one of the 10,000 women entrepreneurs selected from across the world by Goldman Sachs, and she's there. Her essential expertise is transforming business responsibly, and she's a mentor and a guide and a faculty and a trainer to multiple institutions. Happy to have you, ma'am, with us. Without taking much time, let me set the context. So this, Arun, is he there? Yeah, we also have
Professor Arhan Stapit. It's an international conference. We are very happy to welcome an international delegate, Professor and Dean of Law and Management from Nepal University, an expert in wide areas with over 25 years of experience in industry and teaching. He's an expert on multiple areas, including green economy, circular economy, and is an expert in case-based teaching based on the Harvard methodology. Has presented over 85 papers with 1,700 articles, is guiding 12 PhDs, and is also one of the who's of Nepal, and is a recipient of Dean of International Peace Prize 2019. Very pleased to have you, Professor Arhan Stapit, with us. So this discussion shall go this way. I shall invite and request the eminent panelists to present their views, and after that, it will be an interaction. Please allow me to welcome and invite Professor Santosh Kumar Patnaik. So what are your opening views on academic perspective and policy making sustainable synergy, please?
Well, let me go straight to the point. Like I worked almost like 33 years in the government as a bureaucrat, as a policymaker also, sometime in the ministry, as a sort of management guy while I was working as a managing director of Indian Railway Financing Corporation. And then one thing which always was very close to my heart, or you can say it's a passion, to join the academics. And that's when I thought of going for my research on supply chain management. Then straight away, prematurely, I completed my government tenure, or the public sector tenure. Then I came to the academics. I joined the academy first as a visiting faculty, then as an adjunct, and now with the JAIM, I've been there for last 4.5 years as a professor in finance and other things also, general management, other things. When I joined this academics, I was trying to correlate what I have learned. Can I be in a position to pass it on to the students? Well, I saw a lot of interest and enthusiasm among the students to learn the new things, and that too from a practitioner like me. What best I can share with them? This is the main question with me. Then I thought, if I talk about the organization, that is not be very contextual. What else can I talk? Then I say, well, which I have practiced and where I've taken some initiative, and then I have successful to some extent. Probably those are the experience if I share with the students, that will make a bigger impact on them. And this is when I started teaching, subjects like, say, the financial derivatives, the private equity and venture capital, or the fixed income security. Fixed income security is one area where I extensively practiced while I was with the Indian Railway Finance Corporation. That's the time I took the first initiative. After interacting one of the climate bond initiative group, the CEO of the group, one day he entered to my chamber. His name I still remember, Son Kadni, and he was a 7 feet tall guy. He wanted an appointment with me, and he just came in and he started talking about all this climate bond initiative. I didn't have any clue about that, what he's talking about. I said, yes, I listened to you. Tell me what way I can help you. Sir, you are leading an organization, Indian Railway Finance Corporation, where you go for the financing the Indian railways in a big way. Every year we used to go to the market, domestic as well as foreign, to collect at least like 25,000 crores for financing the railway assets, like the rolling stock assets and the projects assets. He says, all this you are doing in a normal way, like issuing bonds, traditional bonds. Why can't you just move a little away from that and think something good about the climate? As you tell me, give me some idea. It was very much in my mind, but I just wanted to listen from him. He says, your railways, Indian Railway, is on the way to go for the 100% electrification. That's a very good contribution which you are making to the society, to the country. And you have been raising funds from different sources, from the banks, from the public to the traditional bonds. Why not you designate as the climate bond or say the green bond? I say it's a good idea. Let me try to adopt that. But what way it's going to help me? I said you will be exposed. He told me categorically, now once you get a certification from the climate bond CBI, says climate bond initiative based at London, or may you can go to another international something ICMA. You get certification from either us or from there, and you go to the market to raise the money through bonds, issue of green bonds, and you'll get quite a resounding response from the investors at large. I say it's a pretty good idea to try that. So I remember in the year 2017, hardly I have joined the organization for 7 to 8 months. I took that initiative. I said, let me go to the board and ask them to go for the green bonds worth $500 million, right? And that's the time when the rupee value, the dollar value was something around 70 rupees or something like that. So quite a huge money we wanted to raise for this. But there was a process involved. Traditional bonds, you can issue it with, you get a SEBI's approval and then RBI's approval, and then you go to issue that. But when you issue the green bonds, you have to take some more stakeholders into account, including a certification from the CBI of ICMA. So I said, let me go for it. The process hardly took 2 to 3 months' time. We completed the process by engaging a verifier called KPMG. That's when you find out what all assets you will be going to procure or make on getting this money, investing this money on the asset. That's what you have to declare. So we have our requirement was mostly for the electrification process. There were so many projects which were lined up. So we could give it to our verifier, the KPMG third-party verifier. They did the process completely well, and we went to the market, right? I led the group because it was the external commercial borrowing. So you have to do some sort of, you go to the road show. You are supposed to do some road show. So we as a team, we went with our BRLMs, means the bankers who helped us to raise the money. With them, we went to Singapore, went to Hong Kong, we went to London, and finally, against a $500 million, by doing the road show, making the investor convinced that this money is a sovereign is going to be raised by an organization which is sovereign backed. Means the government of India is backing us. So we have the credibility in the market, right? If we raise the bond, we will return it to you back with interest on time. And the investor got the confidence, going by the name IRFC. And second thing, they got the confidence that we are doing it to a purpose called climate bond. And they specifically asked them how you are going to utilize the money. I said, we are going to use it for the railway electrification projects. So all these things, 3 road shows. Can you just believe for a $500 million, we got 145 investors from all over. Asian investor, European investor, American investor, the Gulf investors, 145 investor. Just a guess, they committed us $1.8 billion because we have raised a bond for only 500 million. We have to shortlist it with the help of our BRLMs. And then we brought it down to, so what happens? You have a demand and supply, more of demand for the bonds, right? Less of supply means $500 million. What exactly happened? We took the advantage. We negotiated with our investors through our BRM. We say, we are not going to pay you more than 145 basis points over the US Treasury rate, right? And that is where we succeeded. And it happened for the first time when I returned back to India after, listing the bonds in 3 exchanges. London exchange, when I was doing it, I got a tremendous exposure to the investors in the presence of Deputy High Commissioner of UK in it. So when I came back, the railway minister asked me the first question, congratulations, Mr. Patnaik, you have done a good job, but we need to rather sell this idea to many people around. We just can't confine it to the IRFC. This happened for the first time in the transportation sector, in an emerging country like India, where we have gone for a $500 million. It's not that the green bond IRFC was the first to do it. There are other organizations like Power Finance Corporation, the NTPC, and the rural electrification. They have done it. They have done it for the energy sector. For the transportation sector, and that rail transportation sector, we raised it for the first time in 2017 December, and that to 500. And that repeat thing has happened recently about a couple of years back. Buoyed by this, the government of India also thought, okay, let's also go for a sovereign green bond. And you must have all heard, okay, the government of India also raised almost like $1 billion a year back to the issue of the green bond. So what I mean to say is that there is so much of consciousness on sustainability which is going around the globe that require a lot of finance for all those things to take up. And where from this finance will come?
Appreciate. There are three very important takeaways for you. One, sir is here because he's trying to get the industry experience into teaching. Second thing, he brought about a policy change, understand, applied in the organization. Third one, the third most important thing, that this is literally a greenfield area, a niche area, waiting to be explored. So it's a great opportunity to explore the sustainability area. That's what we've been hearing since morning. So you have to think in that. Look around, opportunities are abundant. See, we are in the midst of nature. I was asking a child about explain evolution. A child said, we started with stone age, entered into metal age, then we moved on to the technology computer age, and finally we are in garbage. So the point we are talking about is why this? There's Prakriti, there is Sanskriti, but why is the Vikriti? So we have to understand. I'm giving you these key points to think about. May I now request Miss Neeraja, who is actually a practitioner of what we essentially teach, and your opening remarks, ma'am. I'm sorry, these eminent scholars are available here over the lunch. You can network and have an extraordinary discussion, but I'm conscious of the time here. Please, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be a part of such great eminent speakers here. What I would like to bring to the notice is this session is academic perspectives and policy making on sustainability. So we've been, for the last few hours, we've been discussing everything about sustainability and the world outside. So how much of it is how much of sustainability have you as students or faculties or being in the fraternity of the institution have really experienced sustainability? Can I have an answer from anyone, please? What have you experienced as a sustainability? Because you've heard so much from morning. So give me one point. Surprising. Are the interesting students standing outside? One observation.
Some of the sustainable practices which are practiced in the institution are composting the green the leaves
Okay.
that are happening from
Okay.
the national compost.
Nice.
And the second thing is again the ban on the usage of
Single-use plastics. Sure, thank you. I was hoping those answers from the students. I was hoping you all have experienced it. Okay, nice. Okay. So the perspective that I'm trying to bring here is we all have been discussing sustainability for so much because Soundarya Institutions has created this platform. The conversations have begun, right? But how do you see that as a practice? That is possible only when it comes down as a policy, right? So what I'm trying to bring in here is sustainability policy at institutional level is very important. It's very critical because they are the drivers of change. The conversation is, the panel is creating conversation, but the actions are a part of policy. Only when policy comes in, the actions are a part of the organization. So what I suggest also Soundarya Institutions is, can you come up with sustainability policy for the institution? Can you have some very strong, challenging targets and objectives? Zero waste to landfill. Can you really make 100% vermicompost or composting? Can you really have a biogas plant? Can you really engage all the stakeholders, starting from the management to the faculties, to the students, to the the housekeeping staff, to be an active participant of all the initiatives of sustainability? Because you've heard so much about sustainability, but don't you want to see it being practiced on a day-to-day basis every day, right? So that is something probably should be the takeaway of this whole session.
Thank you, ma'am. That's very crisp and interesting. Very beautiful. I think later they are there to ask questions. I'd like to, before go to the next speaker, how do you understand waste? What's waste? Not much time to think. I mean, wait for your answers. Something that's useless. But interesting, nature doesn't have a concept of anything being useless, So waste is a right thing in the wrong place. If we understand everything has got a place, there's no waste. Just think about it. So now, maybe go to Professor Arhan Stapit. I mean, we are extraordinarily happy to have his presence with us. So, your opening remarks on the topic, so academic perspectives in policy making, we'll be very happy to understand how the Nepal scenario is. Professor Arhan Stapit, can you hear us? The panelist. Would you want to please check whether you're muted?
There. Yes.
Professor Stapit, I think you've muted yourself.
There only. ಏನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಗುರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಆರಾಮ್ ಸರ್ದು ಇದು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ನಾಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಬಿಡು. ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ನೋಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಆಡಿ.
All right. Considering the time, I think when the technical glitch gets over, we'll be connecting with Professor Arhan Stapit. So essentially, both the presentations spoke about sustainable development, sustainability, all is wonderful idea, but where does it start? Just let's introspect. Is our life sustainable? What we consume, what we use, what we think, what we take in, everything from the information to the products that we use. So sustainability development or sustainable development is actually an effect of how individually we are trying to lead a very sustainable life. In that context, right now, if there are any specific questions, both are practitioners, come with an extraordinary experience, and Madam has just left a question with you. How do you want to make this your institution, your ambience, your home, your family, your life more sustainable? So we invite questions. Anybody would like to ask anything, please. This is about you. You are the future. So get it done. Please.
So hi everyone.
You may quickly introduce yourself. Name.
My name is Sanjana. I am from Pragati Group of Institution.
Wonderful.
My question for Miss Neeraja ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, please.
The question, ma'am. What would be the future India? And give some keywords for the students.
Okay. Thank you. That's a very interesting question. I hope, okay. What I want to say is not about the future of the country. I want to start telling about the past of the country. I feel India is the most sustainable culture at all. You know, we are a very intrinsically, we are a very eco-friendly and eco-conscious country. What we've become is a more of a modernized and a Western country now. So all we have to go in ahead, what we have to become now is just what our grandparents were. We don't have to go ahead, we just have to go behind by what the culture is. We have to start practicing everything that our great grandmothers did. They never threw anything. Just like Sir said, the earth never had a concept of garbage. Okay, so as a country, we just have to become more conscious of the kind of consumerism we are practicing. right? So all we have to do is be more conscious in how we consume. The way you see this building, this is the same design probably Pratap Hegde sir's grandparents had. And this is the most modernized design of architecture we're having. So we don't have to go ahead, we don't have to use the glass buildings. All we have to do is get back to the old culture that was there as a part of our Indian culture. So I think we just have to look back to our own Sanskrit slokas, our own cultures that the Rishi Munis talked about, and really try to add technology to it to make it more smarter. They had telepathy. We still haven't figured it out, right? Of course, I'm texting Arhan sir on WhatsApp, but I still can't do it without technology. So I think we just have to go back, figure out a way to be more smart, and not really, absolutely not copy the Westerners, because that's not the right way of growth for me. Thank you.
I don't want to add anything. That's a brilliant answer. But Sanjana, your name is. You asked what would India be in the future. India would be just the way how you want it to be. So you are. What do you want to be? That you will decide. What your family wants to be? That you will decide. What do you want this nation to be? You will have to decide. So take it on from there and think about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hungry or no questions? But we appreciate your patience. We deeply appreciate. It's going to be two. Right. But then there are certain moments in life which you don't easily get. Getting to meet people like this, it's very rare.
He's trying to join his channel, but we're unable to hear him.
Ma'am presented also a very important perspective about shlokas and science. Please understand, India is a civilization which is in continuum. 2000 years, it's in a continuity. So something sustained it. We still have the names, practices that existed thousands of years ago. So what sustained these practices? We just have to look around, look inside, understand, cherish, enhance, continue. So it's no other country would show such a continuity of civilization. So what continues that in India? So it had a natural sense of sustainability.
There's a question.
So one question.
To introduce yourself, ma'am. Yeah.
So I'm the faculty of Soundarya Institution. My name is Likita. So I have one important questions that I have noticed with the recent students nowadays. So we have a special curriculum that is AECC we are adding regarding environmental studies. So the students are now newly, it feels that they have been introduced to this. So what do you feel about that? Whether it has to be from beginning only, that thing now, the sustainability, what we are talking recently, that has to be implemented from a younger age, or now the students, as you know, the students are diverting with their mindsets. So they are leaving it apart from hearing once, and later that is not prolonged as they in their culture that is not being implemented. So what is the right time then to know about these things? So how it should
Thank
be
you.
done?
So may I request?
Yeah. Like when you talk about the sustainable synergy, you see there are various levels where it can be achieved. When we talk of the synergy, mostly we thought there should be synergy between the industry, one industry to the other, right? Or there should be synergy in the policy making, or there should be synergy in the institutional level, or say the. But what we forget to understand is that the synergy is required at the individual level. Now, for example, if you want to say what all can I contribute towards the sustainability, yes, you can start contributing it right at the place where you are born and brought up, in your home, right? In today's context, if I ask you, what can you contribute significantly towards the sustainability? Well, the dress you wear, the food we eat, the waste you dispose, the vehicle what you use, everywhere there is a sustainability angle. For example, if I say, if you are going with a scooty from your residence to the institute, you must be using as the petrol-driven vehicle. And there are already EVs which are available in the market. So why can't you switch over to that? So that's why you are contributing. Maybe it is a minuscule, but you are trying to contribute to the society at large. So it has to be, the awareness has to come at the individual level. Now, suppose you are already aware, you have knowledge. The people like us who we have seen the world for some time. What we can do? Yes, I have now said, well, what I have learned, the practice, let me teach it to the students. Also take their feedback. For example, you ask, well, whether it will be part of the curriculum or not. Yes, this thing has to be part of the curriculum, whether it is the engineering or the general science or it's the management. The things, the sustainability goals, we should start teaching from the sustainability development goals. It doesn't only include the climate part only. It's a SDG goal number 13. The important in the SDG goals out of 17 goals is the SDG 17, which talks of collaboration, partnership. Are we exactly doing that? And today, in this context of the theme topic, where academic perspective and policy making, there is a yearning gap. And this gap needs to be bridged. And this gap is because of four things. One is communication, second is your timing, and third is relevance, and fourth is your trust. The four things are missing for each of this area to work in a silo. Policymakers are working in a silo. They are not taking the academic inputs. Academic inputs are not hesitating to communicate with the policy. This is exactly what is happening. Or else, in the COP28 conference and UAP,
Are you able to hear my voice?
India would not have asked. First, try to clear the definition of the
I
taxonomy.
think there is some issues with your laptop or the headphone. Can you restart your
Not many
laptop?
people do not
please?
know what exactly comes under the climate finance, what exactly
Because
comes
we are
under
not able to receive your
what
audio and
exactly
video
comes
both.
under climate finance. The taxonomy is not been correctly evolved, and the knowledge has not been passed. This is where the academic has to do a lot of research. They have to come with complete evidence-based finding. Then they try to communicate with the policymaker, and then the policy which are coming, that will be sustainable. The policy becomes sustainable in the long run.
So thank you. Just to add to what Sir said, my question was also, as answered by Sir, is it too late? When do we integrate? So who's a farmer? See, farmer is not somebody who cultivates. He's an engineer, he's a plumber, he's a climatologist, he's a soil scientist, he's an all-rounder. So farming or understanding the earth is a life skill. It has to be a part of our early life, but it didn't happen, but it's happening. That's a wonderful thing. You know, I was talking to a professor of agriculture and I was good. A lot of admissions happen to agriculture universities. You know what they say, the professor? So, you know something? We have a good admission to agriculture college, not because these graduates want to become farmers, but they want to write UPSC exams. Now, the point I'm coming to is, why is there a lack of pride in being farming, right? So therefore, life sciences, understanding earth should be a part of life skills. I think it's good. It's a part of us. Yes. Are we on, man?
He's connecting to a phone call, sir. A minute.
Sure.
Yeah, I just called.
I mean, yeah. Your wait is worth it. Let's listen. There is one question. Please. Kindly excuse me. Sir, ma'am, can we take this question?
Hello, sir. No. Yes, you can just check.
Okay, please, sir. No, I think we can take. Yeah.
My name is Kishan from Soundarya Institute of Management and Science.
Hello, sir.
When you use a bullock cart, we can call it sustainable. When we use a bus, petrol engine bus, we call it modern. The efficiency of the bullock cart and the efficiency of the bus, there is a big gap. There is a very huge gap. So this modernization world, everyone are behind modernization. How can we fill this gap? That's that question.
I shall try. We'll all share that question and trying to answer. Very, very beautiful question. Why is belonging to a village is some kind of devalued perception? Why nobody wants to be there? Why is nobody want to be a farmer? Let's come to this perception of cities are development. A beautiful observation came in the afternoon saying that this is not development because this development is happening in the cities. Somebody said cities are not concrete jungles, but they are urban zoos. Now, the point we are coming to is how did this develop? How did this demeaning of our own heritage happen? It's a lengthy question, a lengthy debate, but the point is very important. So that happened because of us, the way we started looking at it. Today we have engineers who don't want to grease their hand. We want doctors who want to work between 10 to 6. So we have teachers who are looking at something else. So therefore, how did we reorient ourselves? How did we become a people who take pride in forgetting our own past? I think it needs to be revived, and that starts with connecting to our own tradition and practicing what is in our lifestyle, in our thinking. Simple last submission: we are consuming so much of information that we are not able to manage. I mean, look at the way people are addicted. We are not using technology. Technology is using us. That's as simple as that. So, where do we start? So, I think we have started devaluing our own tradition and heritage in the name of modernism. A rethink is very, very important. Yes, I agree with the point. Yes.
I just would like to add one point to this. Like I being a student of geology, I used to study, this continental drift and other things. You must have heard about the Jurassic Age. There were dinosaurs, they extincted, right? But they survived for millions of years. They extincted only during the after the Jurassic Age. Why did it happen? Well, there was a climate change there. Okay, there was a large-scale climate change. There was a sort of ice all over the world, and that led to the year. There was not much of vegetation. They had long to take the year, and some of them died. Now, what is happening now? After the industrialization, we have started using the resources for achieving the goals in our linear economy. Means once you start using the resources, it's not getting back to the earth again. And that is why we are consuming resources, and in the process, we are polluting the atmosphere, the environment, everything. And that's the reason why when we are a child, we are not so aware about the temperature rise and other things. We no doubt we are concerned about that. We are being taught about the environment. But in our lifetime, we are seeing 30, 40, hardly 30 to 40 years, there's a climate change, and it has become a crisis. And if you remember the COP1, 1995, and COP28, 2023, a lot of things have changed, and changes are happening very fast. And world is aware that if they are not controlling the temperature, this is going to be a major crisis. Why this is happening? It's all due to the man-made pollution. And this is where we have to arrest it. Or else there will be a change in climate, which geologically takes millions of years. It will take hardly 100 to 200 years for the whole earth to get extinct. So coming to a question, now bullock cart is a very good way to preserve the nature. But yes, when we have population, when we are talking of the growth, then we have to also see the efficiency. And for efficiencies, we have created all these vehicles. Now, by using consuming the fossil fuels, we are extracting the resources from the earth. And in turn, we are polluting the earth in such a way that greenhouse gas emissions become more, and that is becoming more dangerous for the temperature to get trapped, right? So what we can do? Now we are thinking, well, let's go for something where the resources can be renewable. So we are talking about the renewable energy, and we are talking of the circular economy instead of linear economy, because your waste should be minimum number one. And if you are getting to waste, you try to recycle it and try to get back and try to go for the minimum resources, and don't try to change the complexity of biodiversity. Allow it to continue as it is. As such, we have taken away a lot of our forest. Our biodiversity is in danger. So everything why we are focusing more on the climate change now it is a crisis. It has become such a crisis, the human population may get extinct in the next 200 years or so. So that's the reason we think so much, and the world, 195 countries are in sync with each other that we should. No, they are not. They are still worried of saying we should phase out the fossil fuel. Nobody's saying we go for a transition, because we still are dependent on the fossil fuel. The phasing out means there will be some targets, and if you are not able to achieve the target, some countries like emerging countries like India, China will be in problem. So the terminology has been changed in the COP28 declaration that we are going for a transition to the from fossil fuels to the renewable fuel, not the phasing out. But there is concern everywhere, and we must act to that.
Just to add to it, sir, and that's a very beautiful question. As students here, what's the one thing we would like to let you know is connect to nature as much as possible. Now we know that education, you're feeling so good. It's nature around. We learn so much. There's so much to learn. I'll give you an example. Nature is balance. There's no duplication in nature, and nature is harmony. It's balanced. Also, look at every leaf, every tree around, and what you learn. Somebody gave me this lesson. He took an example of three trees. Coconut tree, straight. Kalparuksha, it gives everything, all right? It says, coconut tree is like a father, straight and tall. Gives you everything that you need, but don't try to climb. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's as strong. Look at a mango tree. Branches out. Everything from flowers to leaves is precious. We tie it around. Mango, king of fruits. And children play in a mango tree. Like a mother, it pampers you. Look at a neem tree. Bitter, but very pleasant to take shelter under, like a teacher. You understand? The point we are coming to is look at the wealth that's around us. All right? So, simple line connect to nature, spend time, try to understand, try to contribute. Right? Yeah. Yeah. No. So,
Excellent presentation by all the three presenters. Appreciate your ideas, really. I'm Salma from Maharani Cluster University, and I teach economics. My observation, and I can call it as a question to Ms. Nircha, is that why is it that we as Indians become very, shall I say, when we go to Singapore, when we go to UK, when we go to foreign, we adhere to the rules so much, but when we come here, we don't follow. One. Secondly, even if many of us, including our students, even if we wish to follow, we find a pathetic lack of facilities of all kinds, right? Right from the restrooms to the dustbins to other pathetic. We wish to, but it is not possible. One thing, and thirdly, we find that this kind of awareness is there at this level. But when I go to markets like Kyar market or any other market, where is it that we find? What is it that we find there? That is to you. And my question to Chanakya, Register of China. Sir, the first statement that you made was about Adam Smith, and I'm also from the Faculty of Economics. Adam Smith's self-interest, the concept of self-interest. Why is it that we still have to bank upon or depend upon writings of Adam Smith, John Maynard Keynes, or Schumpeter, or Samuelson, Small is Beautiful, Schumacher? Why is it that Chanakya is not quoted? Why is it that we don't take economics of Chanakya and bring it into practice for you? I have a question for you. Amazing. What you have done is an amazing thing. The green bonds. Can, as individuals, we purchase green bonds? And are the returns good enough for a common investor like me to move my savings from, let's say, a senior citizen deposit scheme or something like that? Are they attractive to us? The RBI also has floated some bonds, sovereign bonds that you mentioned. Can we do that? Is a simple question to you. I'll think about something more complex. But then...
Thank you, ma'am. That's.
I hope everybody remembers the questions ma'am asked. I'm sure you are the most interviewing person here. You're giving opportunity for everybody to explore themselves and answer out better for everybody. Thank you so much. I'm very glad you asked me a question that was very relevant to what I just spoke. What you said is, one thing is, we all want to do something, but we don't have the opportunities, right? So you said, I want to, the washrooms are not available as a country. Probably you want to be more sustainable, you don't have the systems. And that's when I said we need policies, right? Even right today, I am carrying a water bottle of my own. And here, because there is a glass glasses of water served, I prefer taking that. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have used them, right? So when I have a choice, let me make the choice. And if as a policy there are changes, if the plastics are getting banned as a country, of course that's the reason why India doesn't have single-use plastics. And the changes are happening. There is a slow transition, but it's happening for sure. Okay, and that's why it's very important to have policies in place. We have just to remind you, India has decided to become net zero. Can somebody tell me when is India deciding to become net zero? 2070. Okay. So India has become 2070, but that's a long-term goal. India also has a short-term goal to be achieved by 2030. And how our institutions, industries, I had an eminent person from Saint Gobain speak to us. We also consult them. So a lot of industries are having their net zero targets. They are very conscious in the decisions, the sustainability initiatives that they do in the organization at an industry level. That has also to be trickled down in an institutional level. Just to give you an example, a lot of universities like Cornell, Penn, they all have a 2040, 2035 net zero targets. And if you can, just like Sir said, you just have to go to their webpage and read about what are the sustainability initiatives of each of these universities. There is Voxen University in Hyderabad, which is doing fantastic. There is Nalanda University. Nalanda University, which was designed on zero water, zero waste, zero plastic, zero energy. So it can be a part of the design element, and that is all about how we begin this conversation. So I'm sure we are at it, but we are in a very crucial transition phase. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. My first response to Madam Salma. The next time I'll make sure you're on the panel and I'm in the audience. Now, the question, beautiful question, absolutely. You know why we call the name Chanakya came in? You know that there's no Chanakya without Chandragupta, there's no Chandragupta without Chanakya. So we are looking at a student-centric learning place. So thank you for this observation, but we have started initiating that. My own understanding of teaching is 25 years ago, somebody asked me, what do I do? I said, I teach economics. So he said, stop teaching economics and start teaching students, he said. So I've been trying to understand it since then. Ma'am, thank you so much. We are at it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. It's a very interesting question. When I was there in the IRFC, I used to often get calls from my seniors in the railways who were retired by then. Santosh, can you let me know I have purchased some IRFC XP bonds. So when it will be credited, I have not yet got the credits over. So I used to talk to the registrar and ensure that they get in time. And now the whole thing is digitized, that's not an issue. Now, traditionally, there are two types of bonds. One is tax-free, one is taxable. The tax-free bond comes with the government's approval, wherein there will be a coupon rate, means it's an interest rate. And then the interest which you get, either annually, if it's a zero coupon bond at the time of maturity, you don't have to pay the tax on that, right? So that's the additional benefit. So every retired person used to prefer this tax-free bonds. That was like a hotcake for them. They used to get a good return, right? Now, if it is otherwise it's a simple bond, you are procuring that bond, investing in that bond, but say when you are getting the coupon, means in the interest, you have to pay the tax for that. So your net return will be less. So you are now talking in terms of financial return when you are talking of the bonds. And as you know, the fixed income security, basically the bonds, the risk level is less compared to your stocks. And that's the reason why people at a late age, they prefer to go for bonds than going for equities. Now, madam asked a very interesting question. You have gone for the green bonds. Well, madam, this $500 million green bonds, it was mostly invested by the financial institution, big institution in the world, right? There was no retail investment. Now, the way we are supposed to raise the climate finance or the green finance, a lot of retail investment scope will come. Now, the choice is yours. For example, when you have gone for this institutional investor, had you gone for in a traditional way for the Regas bond to the foreign investor, we would have got some 5 basis points more. Here, we got 5 basis points less because the demand was more and supply was less. That is how we could bargain. It was 3 to 5 basis points less. And had it been in a traditional bond, we would have paid the coupons from IRFC a little more. Now, why it has happened? Why they have given less? It is not because of the demand. And why the demand? Because the institutional investors would like to also leave their imprint that we are concerned about the environment. We don't mind losing a 2 basis point, 3 basis point, but we want to invest for a cause. Now, as a retail investor, madam, I say that sustainability comes at different levels. You leave aside the financial institution, that awareness has come for the financial institution that they have something to do for the society. Are you not supposed to do something for the society? Yes. You do mind if you go for the green bond at 5 basis point less than the year? Are you looking for only financial returns? No. When it is a green bond, because you are investing in a green project, you are trying to contribute towards a process which is doing good to the climate. You don't mind going for a little more. So it doesn't matter if you are losing a little money in terms of return. So basically, when we talk the green finance, we not only talk about the financial return, we talk about the environment return and the social return. So you are contributing in 3 ways. You are trying to get benefited through financial return while contributing to for an environment cause and a social cause. So is it satisfying you?
I think, thank you. I don't know whether your hunger is sustainable now.
No, I am not asking any question.
Thank you, sir.
Adding a point to what sir was telling. Recently, I was talking to my sister in the US. She told her friend had a anniversary, and what was the gift given by her to her husband was they had bought a 2 acre land in the moon. America is selling such products and using that fund to research. So something like this, and we thought of in terms of
that is a
research.
beautiful indication of how consumerist we are becoming. I don't know. We don't know what to do with the wealth. I don't know. It's meta, another thing that's being sold. So let's be conscious of this consumerist culture, which is eventually eating us all up, and let's be sustainable, which means conscious of what we are doing. Right. So,
thank you.
Thank you so much. We thank the esteemed panel, the organizer, this beautiful place, Hegde sir, Dr. Vasu, a good friend, Professor Patnaik, and Ms. Nirja, and all of you. And thank you very much for your patience. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You have set a sustainable platform by crediting our souls with sustainable thoughts to live sustainable life. Thank you, one and all. I won't kill your time. I won't take your time. Now it's our lunch break. So the lunch is arranged in the main lawn. And thank you so much. Thank you.
ಹಂಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡ. ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡು.
Sorry. Thank you. Sir, the video. No, I have one doubt that I'm asking.